So picking up where we left off last week, you find yourselves at another crossroad after a numerous happenings. A wonderful show set by Bellamy was played out as she reenacted the entirety of the play with an incredible performance check. Courtney probably had a lot of fun with that one. I was really happy she got the chance to do that. She's not here this week. I'll make note of that right off the get-go. But she did have fun last week with that one, and it was great to see rock the performance. Lulu got a great kick out of it. You find yourselves at a crossroads once again, deciding which direction to go. I am going to go ahead for a second here, which might help Kieran out since he missed out. I'm going to take a screenshot of what the players would see of the map so far. I'm going to pop that up in the Discord for him so he can see. Mind you, it's zoomed way the heck out, so there's not a lot of detail. But it should give you a little better idea of what's been going on.
Picture. Or where is it?
Patience.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. For some reason, I thought you said you had already pasted it, and I was getting confused.
No. I'm only so fast. I'm pretty good, but not that good.
I've had a long week.
I think universal at this time of year, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
So this is the map as presently stands. I will mention the area down to the bottom corner is definitely some form of an arena or display area. The party has not gone that way. That was simply the way Nimbar had sent his manifest mind at one point for looking into the future. The bottom right and all other areas have been completely explored by the party to a degree. As you can see, there's a couple routes down there. There's also the tunnel at the very start if you're looking towards the northwest that ended in a dead end. And a tunnel where you presently stand that also heads towards a similar degree in the northwest. Besides paths leading south beyond that.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, we're just we came up this way because we're just trying to decide which way to go from here. I think we're slightly closer to the top.
I did make mention,
to the bottom.
Given the construction of the way that this works, I'm just drawing a giant ruler across the map. You probably can't see much of it, but here's the ruler here. But it diagonal from corner to corner in that direction, from your top right to bottom left corner, would represent essentially the middle axis of the mountain. Anywhere to the bottom right represents further down, anywhere top left represents further to the top. So the area you're presently approaching is closer to the top. It's a slow climb up, as you all know, because, well, Lulu likes to complain about it as she trots along.
False. I would not let Lulu walk.
Oh, there'd be moments of pride where she's like, "Oh, there's a wall over there. I'm got it." But believe me, she'd be sitting on your shoulder as much as possible. Just, well, I say sitting, but she'd be flopped over it because she is quite large.
Yeah. Karen, what do you think of your festive colors for your icons?
We were having trouble seeing them. Oh, he's on mute.
Sorry, I was very quickly eating my breakfast while we were beginning, and I was on mute at that moment because I had food in my mouth. So, yeah, no, it's nice. It's nice also being able to differentiate between the two, the copy and the main one. So.
Oh, that reminds me. That's better. Only because it looks really cool.
Very tempted to start calling, because the red and green start calling them Jingle and Bell.
Bellamy might get mad.
Jingle Bells doesn't seem Bellamy style, more like what was it, this Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
Or very least she'd be doing the Jingle Bell Rock.
Oh yeah.
You know it's Christmas time when we start hearing Trans-Siberian Orchestra. And Miley Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus?
I don't know, she has like one Christmas song. I think it's her that I was thinking of. I don't know.
You mean maybe Mariah Carey?
Yeah, Mariah Carey. Oh god, I got the MCs mixed up.
That's okay.
You say the initials were on point.
Yep, Miley Cyrus. Who can tell that the DM needs more sleep? Raise your hand.
That's okay.
Oh my god.
I don't expect you to be an expert on female pop stars, Alan. In fact, I think it would be weird if you did know.
Female or male, not a chance. The only person I know for sure for Christmas music is Dolly Parton. I mean, just because you can't not know. if you know Christmas music, you know Dolly Parton. They just go hand in hand,
Oh
even
my
if you don't
gosh.
like her.
I love Dolly Parton.
I love Dolly
I
Parton.
don't listen to
Kenny
a lot of her
Rogers.
stuff, but I like her attitude. she's just a lovely person.
Oh God, yeah, Dolly's the best. Oh, I love her. I'm in the same boat. I'm not the biggest fan. I don't listen to a lot of her stuff, but my God, I'd give her a thumbs up and pat her on the back some hard if I ever saw her. If I was at a bar and she showed up, I'd buy her a beer, but I mean, come on, you never would see her there. But you know what I mean. Definitely got a lot of pride for that woman. She is awesome. But I'm going way off track now at this point.
Real quick, just where we're off track. Looking off top pictures for you there, Alan.
Will we get something for Dolly? Oh yeah, that one. I'll let the Mariah Carey. All I want for Christmas is you, and it's the evil one. It's like if I was doing a one-shot Christmas special, you'd find your level 4 characters going after the evil Mariah Carey, and then I'd just get like friggin' shot down to hell. Oh my word! I love that little pop-up. That's a good one. Oh, alrighty. So, with silliness aside, you find yourselves in the midst of a decision on which direction to go. Northwest, or back to the south? Most everywhere else has been searched through.
We know that our goal lies at the top of the mountain.
Do we know that, or do we,
Yes.
suspect that? Okay.
Gargoth, he had explained that at the top of the mountain there are
Okay,
secret
yeah.
dragon bones that you need to get.
I
Smiley, just
Smiler.
Oh, Smiler, sorry, not Gargoth.
I knew
Like-
they were at the mountain. I just couldn't remember, if we had heard what part of the mountain they were in. So, cool.
So-
all right.
I guess that begs the question: do we want to go for map completion, or where there might be a treasure chest, or straight to the top, or is it one of those horrible twists of fate in a JRPG where you think you're going off path to find the treasure that turns out to be the right path, and then you see the treasure chest just off screen and can't get to it. You need to
Yeah.
go back much later.
Or-
I've not been playing Final Fantasy IX recently, so don't.
Oh
anyway.
God, the worst is ones that
that.
if you don't get them, you just miss them. You can't come back for them because
Yeah.
it's whatever, a path closes, or you know what I mean. Somehow,
Yeah.
they do that sometimes in those games.
You doing that Excalibur 2 run, Dean?
No, I actually was. People might stop talking to me, but when I was a little lad, a little nipper, I got almost completed Final Fantasy IX, but I was 10 or something, so I stopped, and then when I went back to play it, I couldn't remember what happened, so I started again, and I never finished it. So now I'm just doing a first full run. I got all the way up. You were on the ship with all the Zidane people, which I don't think is very far away from the end.
I started to think, I'm like, you would have been older than that. I'm like, wait, no, actually, I think I was about 14 when that game came out.
Yeah.
I remember playing the shit out of it back, early... Summer 2000.
I will.
I was 8 then, not 10.
If you
I will
got it
say,
on
I
release date.
think an Excalibur 2 run also sounds a bit antithetical to Dean's play style, because it's definitely incompatible with the idea of exploring every nook and cranny of the map, right?
You run an Excalibur 2, you do it in one of two ways. You get an OG PS1 so you can open the disc tray so it skips the cutscene so you can get through that much quicker. Oh, and if I recall correctly, the UK version plays slower so you have a better chance to get there, or faster so you have a worse chance, one or the other. The PAL version, that is, I should say. I say the UK version because it's that side the water, but the PAL version. And, or you get a Game Shark and you set your time to 10 hours. Forget it.
Yeah.
One
No,
of two
because,
ways.
Dean, have you heard of that Excalibur 2 in Final Fantasy IX?
I've heard of Excalibur.
In order
not
to get
heard
the
of
Excalibur
2.
2, the single most powerful weapon in all of Final Fantasy IX by a wide margin, which is only equipable by Steiner, you have to make it to the end of the game, essentially, in 11 hours. or something like that. It's close to 11 hours or 11 hours. I'd have to double check.
It's Memoria, I think you have to make it too, right? Like the tree.
There's a specific spot. I'm just avoiding memory spoilers.
It sounds intense and something that you would do when you're very used to the game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely like something you do as a specific idea for the run, because like you're speeding through everything. You don't really get a chance to kind of sit back and just enjoy the story and enjoy the game if you're trying to do Excalibur 2, because it's just way too little time in order to do that. So
I landed on one funny little glitch from Final Fantasy 1 for the PSP remake. If you're in the equip screen for a character on that game and you press the X button to select your equipment and the R button at the same time to switch to another character, you'll switch to whatever weapon item slot that they had selected randomly with the equipment from your previous character. This can create an overlapping system where you can summon in weapons you shouldn't have. For example, by the third town, you can get the single most powerful weapon in the game that makes the fighter or the warrior stronger than the monk, just by clicking that button.
Neat.
Build stuff, and you can sell them and make money. It's pretty awesome glitch.
That sounds like speedrun tech, right? Like that sounds like the kind of thing they would do to just make certain fights trivial without having to level up.
Well, it's totally cheating though. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, but I mean, a lot of speedrun stuff uses they use glitches and stuff in a lot of speedruns, right? To do the speedrun, if it's glitch not a glitchless run, so. Like stuff like they use stuff like, oh yeah, if you like move around to exactly these tiles in this order, you can just like go through a thing that you're not supposed to and just skip this part. Like it's always fun to watch that, just to see the crazy stuff you can do in some of these games.
That felt like my fault.
Oh, you're lucky I don't go on a Final Fantasy tangent. I'm waiting for 6 to drop Pixel Remaster. It hasn't come out yet, but it's supposed to soon. But I'll stick with Warframe. It'll hold me over for now.
Yeah.
So, team, which way you guys going? Before we keep talking about Final Fantasy, I'll be here for hours. I really will.
Yeah. Up or down? I feel like the player part of me wants to go down and see the rest of the map, but my grizzled veteran druid is just like, I don't want to walk down there, man. We're almost here.
It's a shame Courtney wasn't on, because Lulu would hop off Flux's shoulder, stretch a little bit, walk over towards her, look towards Nimbar, look back towards Bellamy, in order to poke at, specifically poke at Dean's player need to fill out the map. She's going to look at Bellamy and say, well, he said it was a big stage down in the bottom left corner. Wouldn't you want to put a show on there? Just to be a little shit before walking back over, hopping on Flux's shoulder and whispering, let's see what happens. Unfortunately, when we look towards Bellamy today, you notice that she's taken a bottle from one of the pouches on Dan, or his character Jade. And that full bottle of booze is about 3/4 gone. She has a little blush on her face and everything from it, even though I don't think she's of the ethnicity that actually would cause that. But it does give me the fun excuse for saying that she's a little tipsy. She gives a nod, thumbs up, and you realize she's probably only going to be good for combat today, since her player's out.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And I got my headphones on so I can still hear, but I'm just going to grab a quick glass of water, so if I'm slow on a response, I'm running back.
Unacceptable. How dare you not DM us 24/7?
On demand DMing.
I demand to be entertained.
Oh god.
I guess I'll just poke my head up here, see if this ends in a dead end or not. Oh, it's just slowly narrowing.
Yep.
Dead end. There we go.
Aha.
One path down.
It does indeed enter into a dead end, a large cavernous area with a curve at the end.
Well,
This one also looks like it ends in a dead end.
more map exploration.
2 more dead-end corners as the party makes their way through.
Well, we've got one left up here. We may as well go over here.
I recognize this bed. I have the exact same asset packs.
Oh, awesome. Freebie asset packs are the best.
Oh yeah, I'm actually subscribed to the Patreon of like the people who make them, because they pump them out and they have an integration to Dungeon Draft now. So
All the little things to help. I might start looking at Dungeon Alchemist or one of those sort of programs just to see how they run.
If you haven't used it, check out Dungeon Draft because it's actually really good. Has a really good cave maker.
Well, I'll probably take a peek around. And I'm sure Alec might be getting a little surprised by what he's seeing around that corner.
Yeah, we have to face this path.
Oh, John. That's a good one. Like, I'm hoping you see what Dean sees already, so that joke was definitely a pun and not just a lucky joke.
Yeah, I definitely see it.
Good, good. Indeed, you see what appears to be the partial sculpture, very large, of a man's face, strong and proud, though trapped under the snow and ice beneath your feet. This area bulks up somewhat as the snow builds, and you notice a tunnel off to the side that comes to an abrupt end of pure ice and snow.
Huh.
As you approach the room, as previously mentioned by all the high checks, you can sense a disruption in the arcana of a wayward spirit.
Statue of a face with a goatee. It's got to be the director. Everyone called the director has a goatee.
Given how close you are, do you take a good look at the statue? Oh,
Yeah.
and Kieran, before I forget,
Yeah.
we used your staff last week for its dispel magic on one of those arcana thingies because I pretty much mentioned,
Yeah.
oh, Kieran can tap and do that. He'd totally jump on it. I don't believe I took it out of the staff though because I don't know how. You might want to double check.
I'll take a look. I can adjust the what's it called, the charges on it. I think I've been tracking my charges on Beyond just because it's a little bit easier. So
Oh, it's all good. The ones in here are a nice placeholder, but where you all use the D&D rivet system to switch it over from Beyond into Foundry, it's awesome.
I'll remove a dispel magic worth the charges from the staff.
Alrighty. And Nimbar, with a 19 on your Arcana check, you can tell that this zone would take a level 17, or level 7. 7 spell.
I don't think we'll find out what's in this room then.
Level 17 spell. People be like, okay, there was like one level 12 spell. We didn't know 13, 14, 15, 16 just got skipped. Final boss shows up, level 20 spell.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I was gonna say, at the point of level 17, you're basically like on like destroy the multiverse level of magic, aren't you? Like
You hit that at level like 11. I don't even know what level 17 would be.
Level 17. My dad's a cleric. If Mistra 2 seconds, I'll get him to phone gods.
Level 17 spell. I create 6th edition D&D.
you just become the DM. Like,
God. Oh, wow. So, pardon me. Did you want to take a closer look at the statue or anything of the sort as you walk by? I will mention Nimbar's nailed it that it's a 17 in this area.
Yes, please. I will
It's
have a closer look at him.
It's going to be a perception check. I will say, as you're all walking in, since Nimbar's at the front, I can see how that conversation goes. Everyone says, oh, we sense the magic. Nimbar just holds up a finger. Yes, level 7 in here. First in line, so it works perfectly since you passed the check first. So go ahead, toss me up a perception check for Alec, and anyone else who wants to take a look, of course. As you know, the perception checks aren't the sort of things you can assist each other with. The exception to that would be situations where you have a spotter, like crow's nest on a boat or something like that, right?
Guess who forgot to hit the button?
Oh, what did you roll?
Yeah.
I rolled a 16.
A pretty good roll. Glancing with a 16, you can tell, and unfortunately Jade's 29 doesn't guarantee anything better, so you know you've got it all with that at least. Those of you who score better than 15, which makes up about half of you, looking at the statue, you can tell that it has been destroyed by hand. Magical damage scorch marks still retain on it from where someone blasted this thing straight to hell.
Someone tore it down then. Interesting.
They obviously didn't like whoever it was. Is it like so? Is it just like it's like a big stone head buried in the ground?
Just because of the water and ice that have filled this area, which does lead to a slight slant towards the edge of the corner here, it has been covered in a sheen layer of ice. I should say the area you're presently walking on is difficult terrain, but it's nothing like that ice dungeon where it was, you're gonna fall on your ass. You just gotta take it slow and hope you don't get into a fight in here.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Flux says, blasphemy! Always fight. I mean, fight her, right? You know. Ba-dum-bum.
A level 7 spell. Has anyone got any magic items that does that? I'll have a look, see if I can, if I've got anything.
Actually, when I cast, from my staff, what spell is it? Fireball, it actually upscales it to level 7.
Now, does your staff cast it, or do you cast the spell?
It says I cast spells. When holding the staff, you can use an action to expend some of its charges to cast one of the following spells from it, using your spell save DC and spellcasting ability.
But it specifically says from it, not from you?
I don't think it says either. It says... no, it says from it, yeah.
Yep. So since it's producing the magical effect in the spell... This was a point that came up previously. Jade has a box that lets him cast Gate using the box, but if it says from it, since the magic doesn't innately come from a person, there's no option to switch it over to the room.
Okay, so I can't use the staff then for this?
Not specifically for this, no. As handy as that thing has been for pretty much... wow, that thing's a Swiss Army knife, actually, now that I stop and think about it.
It basically is, yeah.
You'd need something that lets you cast the spell using it.
Okay.
If it casts through the object doesn't have the intelligence to push that magic into the room.
Okay. Then... okay. Fair enough.
A slight limiter presented by the DM, obviously to make it a little bit more of a pain for the players.
Yeah, because otherwise I could just use the staff basically every single time.
Y'all level 18, I have to torture you somehow.
So far, everything of mine is saying from it.
Yeah, I kind of imagine that's usually the common wording. Worst case scenario, we could cast a 7th level spell, right? Like, we're more than capable. Just a bit of a bummer to use a spell slot, that's all.
Lulu will look over from Flux's shoulder, tilt her head a bit to the side, and say, well, I mean, we've been at this for a little while. We could always use some magic, and then we could just take a nap for a bit. And she yawns. Because I will point at the clock that it's almost at the 24-hour mark, and you have reset your time back to regular days. You're only 4 hours away, well, 3.5 hours away from being able to take a long rest.
It's true. If I use my 7th level spell, I can't grow anyone's arm back.
Then why don't I use mine?
Or possible arms, given what could have happened with the crystal.
You could see this. Nimbar's like scanning the magic in the area. Alec just leans over. If I cast a 7th level spell, I can't regenerate arms. Nimbar's eyes just light up. I got this. Sorry. That's exactly what I just heard, so I had to do the replay.
So I cast Crown of Stars and give it up to the room.
Alrighty. As you cast Crown of Stars, it looks really pretty. And you take that brief moment to give it up to the room. Then as you do, you can sense the amount of magic being pulled just to bring this forth. Strong and incredible as it is. And just give me a second here to drop a quick blast of lighting. I had these copied last week, but I deleted the source copy. Silly Alan. But it's only a quick thing for me to be able to fix. There we are, and let me just turn down the intensity on that, so it doesn't like blind everybody as you're looking.
Prediction, we're gonna see the person blasted to bits.
There we go. That gives you an idea of where the center point is. John might not be too far off initially, as you see the world around you shift. From the point of view coming from over here, you can see 2 people standing side by side, blocking a gateway, which was where this hallway once stood, but now has been frozen solid. You can see leading further way in. To here, you can see it through the ghostly emanations, like an overlay of a projector on top of a wall. That you can see the stonework and masonry of a beautiful, solid door. Runes covering it, and without even a check for Arcana on this one, those of you at this point with your magical knowledge would know that it's a teleportation style one. It would take you from one location to another if you had an object to activate it. These 2 mages stand guard as you begin to hear footsteps in the distance, echoing through the hallway, one at a time, coming ever closer. The statue in this middle of this room once stood very tall and very strong, and looms above you all now. And as John predicted, one fireball launched from the hallway, striking the back of it, cast at level 9, annihilates it. The 2 mages managed to shield themselves in time, only taking a small brunt of the damage. Blunt, oh my god. I need more coffee.
Get something on your mind there, Alan.
No, I swear it.
Oh boy.
Maybe when we get a little closer to Christmas. Regardless, as the fire and flames recedes. I had to make the reference.
Does it carry on?
Not anymore.
My
Because as
wayward
it comes
son.
to an end. John's like, I'm gonna just switch to a different cool song.
Skip track.
You notice something interesting as the stones fall. They slow down in midair, hovering. As you see walking between them, the Godslayer, wearing his standard student attire, 2 swords held in his hands, and his friend's horned helm on his head. With 3 steps, he makes his way towards them as they prep themselves for combat. They raise their hands up as if to use magic, casting spells that only Nimbar would truly recognize. Words and magic in the old way that no longer fits the world. And nothing happens. The distance between them is closed in moments, and though his form, technique, and attack are incredibly basic, Flux would be staring at this probably thinking, damn, what is he, level 2? He cuts the first one down without too much more than 2 sword swipes and brings the other to the neck of the second, and asks him one question. Where is the key? The other attendant, who seems to lose their nerve at that point, probably due to a high intimidation check, simply manages to sputter out, "The dragon has it," before his head hits the floor too. There's a slow momentary pause as you see the head of the Godslayer begin to turn, as the image in the vision starts flickering, cracking under the strain. The sword drops to the ground as he begins to move, walking forward, hand outstretched towards Alec. And then the vision abruptly cuts. You see your owl's wings spread wide behind your back of your head, bracing itself. It's like, "Oh! My word, what the hell was that?" As the wings slowly flutter back down and in towards itself, the fear is subsiding, and the vision coming to an abrupt end.
Com, did you just... Why is my back wet?
"I swear it wasn't me," into your head. "What sort of powers are you messing around with now? Honestly, that's some dangerous crap."
I imagine it's powers that we shouldn't be messing around with.
I will point out that I have put 2 and 2 together. You know that room where we found all the dead bodies downstairs, and the guy picks up the helmet and puts it on? This happened after that.
Yes. So...
Lulu gives a bit of a nod and looks around and says, "Yeah, he was definitely on a warpath, Jade. I think you're right."
So, does it look like this little Godslayer has... He must have like an anti-magic field, right?
Somehow.
If their stuff just fizzled.
He does
That
have
or
the
he-
power.
Or he cast the anti-magic field because he is a magic user, and he was training in the swords with that other guy. So he's in a school full of mages, so he just anti-magic and then uses swords.
If that's true, Jade, specifically, give me a quick check of whatever knowledge class that you have best in. Whether it's going to be history, arcana, etc., as your character's putting 2 and 2 together.
Okay, history and arcana are the exact same.
Roll arcana for this one then. As always, the numbers behind the scene don't always line up. With a 22 in arcana, just squeaking by, you realize if he casted those spells, he didn't use verbal, somatic, or material components to do it. You are not certain if such a thing is even possible. And that's because you're not trained at a wizarding academy, and a 22 in arcana bring you so far. But you're certain you didn't see him cast the spell, hear him cast the spell, or see actions for the spell. Not that you know what makes up some of the spells for anti-magic. That's some crazy high-level crap. But you'd have a good idea.
Damn it! I know as a player, I know how to do that.
Oh,
In
yeah.
3-5.
Even in 5th, you can. I mean, it takes a lot of work, but the DM says to the players to arm Nimbar with knowledge that his character would have. I'm sure John already knows, though.
This is just a quick skirt round. What, Nimbar, how powerful a spell is anti-magic?
Sorry, would Nimbar know?
Oh, you know, but well, anti-magic's an available spell to your level, right? That's the thing.
Right.
You and Kieran both, with Nimbar and Isaac, would have all knowledge of more or less all the big spells. Anti-magic. Because there's the anti-magic field for 5th edition. That's somewhere 7th, 8th, 9th? 1 second, I gotta look at it. 8th level.
8th level.
So it gives you an idea of how powerful it is. It does have verbal, somatic, and material components requiring a pinch of powdered iron or iron filings. But you also have to say things and move your hands. Neither of your wizards can cast spells without doing that. But you're more than welcome to an arcana check based off of your educational learning to see if you recall if anyone ever could.
I mean,
The DC's
They've
very
done
low
it.
since you went to school.
They've done it. Wish.
Wish is a little different.
yeah.
You still have to say, I wish. Yeah.
Yeah, Wish itself has its own actions to cast, right? So
Usually, I'll say. Isaac's probably thinking, usually effing sorcerers.
yeah, like thinking that probably with his level of or like his age and stuff would probably be like meta magic, like that thing sorcerers do, where they manipulate their spells.
Where Nimbar was a wizard back in 3.5, would he remember the meta magic feats?
Yeah.
Old wizardly meta magic.
Exceptionally powerful mages in the old way could
Okay.
do it, but you had to be not just high level, but powerful and specifically tuned to it. As you know, most wizards would build them ways to be able to do that with a lot of stuff in old 3.5, but to go the whole route like that, whoo, you were strong.
Multiple feats basically invested in doing that, and the way that you would be scaling the spell, right? So definitely a big investment.
Nimbar doesn't answer right away. He just kind of watches it again, kind of looking a little nostalgic.
Oh no, that's the thing. You only got to see it the one time. The moment the visitor
really?
changed and he started coming after Dean, it broke. That's why I pulled it off the map.
Okay.
Okay, so. So it's.
Well, yeah, the Nimbar would explain it with like definitely a tinge of oh my god, the word when you miss something.
Nostalgia?
Longing?
That's the word.
I wish it was
So-
the 90s. I honestly don't, but that's, you know what I mean. That's what I'm
See-
referencing here.
So he's either a super powerful sorcerer, even worse, a super powerful wizard from your prime time, Nimbar, or he's something else entirely. Didn't Negadusty have an anti-magic field around him?
Yes.
When
it
he
was just-
combined the two swords, he created
Swords.
an anti-magic field.
Lulu blinks a few times. Well, didn't they say that Zeriel say that the Dusty was drawing on some super duper ultra power from God knows where?
Yep.
Well, I think God knows where now, she says with a nod.
It's great for the god. Does the god want to share that with us, or is it still too dangerous for us to know?
Lulu looks side on. She just did.
Ha.
Lulu views herself as a goddess.
Well, not entirely wrong.
At level 19, Flex is going to take a level of cleric, and she's going to worship Lulu.
The Church of Lulu begins in Ukhtar of 1493. First viral
So,
church
what-
gets like 50 million people in it overnight. Everyone loves it. Everyone's happy. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
No worries, man. Anyone else heard of projections reaching out for somebody's throat as they watch them?
Certainly not consistent with what we've experienced with these up until now.
Is it possible that you were seeing the vision from the perspective of somebody else, and that it ended with the original person being strangled?
Oh, good point. For that one, you can give me a knowledge check. Same sort of thing that I said earlier for Jade, for Alec, except it's going to be your knowledge for a wisdom-based check, or you can just do straight-up perception for what your character would remember from what they saw.
This is for Alec, right?
Yep. Triggered by
Well-
exactly what you just said for Flux.
All my wisdom stuff is plus 13, so medicine,
Yeah.
perception, survival. So I'll guess insight as well. I guess I'll just go. Well, they're all the same modifier, so I'll just roll perception. That's usually my go-to.
Alex got a memory like a steel lockbox. Does it hold up today? Yes, it does. The really important thing to take note is from up here was where the vision emanated from. I had all the lights coming in that area. I'm not good, my mouse isn't hidden. When the form turned to face you and started walking towards you, normally you see from this point of view, you'd only see the front of him from the side. However, when it turned, it was fully illuminated coming right at you. No longer bound by the vision of what was seeing it. It was definitely cast free from whatever held it in place. Because you shouldn't have been able to see its face and hands stretching out towards you given the angle that it was from the viewer.
Anyone else want to upcast this to level 9?
Unfortunately,
Hasn't the thing gone?
there is no magic left in the room. In that instant, before it managed to get to Alec, before people would have chance to respond with initiative rolls and strikes and all that,
It broke.
moved. Yep.
Wow.
So the feeling
that
in the
being
room is
said-
completely gone.
The remnants of magic lingers behind, and you can do an Arcana check to try to figure out what might have happened here.
I'll guide whoever's doing a check and wants it.
I would appreciate that.
I'm gonna guess that maybe this guy just really doesn't like druids, and that's why he targeted me out. Nothing to do with me personally, as Alec, but just as a druid, he just really hates druids. That's a little better.
So as Nimbar is thinking, and he's trying to figure it out, and he's moving magic around, and Isaac might be getting ready to do the same, Alec pops up with that exact conversation, basically saying, this sucks, that sucks, the other thing. Well, sorry, I just had to address a quick thing there. As he says that, Nimbar turns back and he's like, go on with it. Looks forward, and it gives him that extra spark with the 2 points to get the 25. Which is just enough that you get that instance where you realize as you move a few runes through air or something. Like, let's just say it's like Doctor Strange for a second, right? Like, in midair.
Yeah.
Why not? It's fun. You suddenly realize that key missing piece thanks to the guidance of +2 to 25. And you can sense that some otherworldly force for a brief moment attempted to reach out through this vision to come to your world. Something almost released itself and in the process broke the spells in the area. But, oh no! As this happens, give me another Arcana check. If ever there was a good time for you to need a 20.
What are you
Scan's like,
trying to prove?
in those brief instances, as you stare into the void, as you realize this power is coming from there, as you try to reach further, as you look for answers, darkened hand reaches out in order to try to grasp you, and you could tell to repeat exactly what you saw. And if it ever managed to get a hand on you, it could have been catastrophically worse and bad. But Nimbar, who's lost his limb so many times and almost did so again, possibly, manages to let go with perfect timing as he gets flashbacks to all those times he's lost a limb. All in sequence, no, and lets go, and drops out. The magic still lingers in the air, and anyone peering too close could very well risk the same way. There's a break here in reality itself, leading to the void between worlds, where nothing exists, where nothing can be, and where you are now certain the Godslayer is trapped. Because you almost just gave him a chance to get out.
I'm just going to take a couple of steps back out of this room.
Lulu's gonna pop off, flex her shoulder, drop over to Nimbar, give him a blink and be like, I told you not to give bad guys a hand. Oh, I'm happy you took my advice. And she's gonna trot way back away and hide behind Flux, way over here. Actually, I think someone must be on top of Lulu. I don't see her on the map at the moment. Oh, no,
she's
just
down
way
by.
back.
I was just gonna say she's down by Bellamy.
My bad.
Okay, well. going to put the thing trying to get out down in a not good column. It's not tried in any of the other previous projections.
Pardon, what was that?
It's the Godslayer hasn't tried in any of the other previous projections.
None.
Not that we've known.
Not that we've known. That's true. Is this the highest level projection that we've encountered, or was there 9?
Yeah. The one thing I want to point out, I think it's really good that we've been closing these behind us, because maybe it's not that this one he's closest to. Maybe it's we've been weakening these, and each time we do it, he's getting closer to being able to break through, which is why here at a 7th level, opposed to like one of the 9, is when we really noticed his presence. Does that make sense?
So he's basically trying to stop us from stopping him.
Not trying to stop us from stopping him, but trying to break out and get to us.
Yeah.
I think the theory was that, like, by releasing all of these things, we're like making it easier and easier for him to break out. Yeah, and that, like, he finally got to the point where he thought it was worth taking an attempt at it.
Right. Okay. I get you.
I mean, that's part of it. I'm saying, like, for all we know, he's been trying each and every time.
Yeah.
But, like, for whatever reason, this is getting, like, the more we play, it's getting weaker, so it's getting easier for him to break.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a theory worth considering for sure. Like, definitely possible.
Nimbar will feel a light tug on the side of his cape, though, as he's saying this. As you look over, you'd see Lulu, slightly wide-eyed with a slightly sad look on her face. Well, yeah, but even still, I don't think those poor souls deserve to be trapped here forever. I mean, we left 2 of them behind back there. I was really hoping we could go back and try to make it better, but if you think it's going to set him free, well, I suppose it's only 2 souls against the balance of the world.
Yeah.
Not a fair choice for someone to have to make, though, Lulu says with a slight mutter, as she trots back over and flops onto Flux's shoulder.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was hoping to close them all before we left. I'm just trying to get that balance between leaving ourselves combat ready and
Bellamy's gonna walk over to Alec, give him a hit on the shoulder, be like, "What? Why you leave me behind?" Sorry.
I know you think you've been trying to walk and fall after us, but you've been horizontal, Bellamy. It's just no angel.
She's doing a Homer Simpson circle walk. I'm fine. In retrospect, Courtney, my apologies, but it's just too fun. I'm sorry, what was that, John?
Like, this end, like, it just abruptly ends right here, is that correct?
It comes to well, with all the water and all that, there is a sheen wall of ice and snow blocking the rest of the passageway.
Okay.
Nimbarlik rolling up his sleeves. I wonder. This wasn't the only dead end you found, though. There was a second dead end. Way down here. In fact, I'll do a map pull so you can all see. I'm gonna let it sit there for a couple seconds, then I'll pull you right back to where you were, to save everyone time from having to go back and forth. Poor drunken Bellamy is swaying like, oh, the world's spinning. Hold on. What's this? She puts the bottle down. She's like, I'm gonna have to recover for next week. I've had my fun.
Do we want to try and get through that ice, or?
I mean, we can also. I don't know. You guys kind of tell me.
I was just gonna say, because I could like transform into something that I could maybe dig or summon some diggy creatures, but is it? Does it look like there's anything beyond the ice, like it, or is it more like a tunnel collapse? Like it's just solid.
It almost looks like the tunnel's been filled. It's as if someone turned it on its side, filled it up, let it freeze, and then put it back down. As impossible as that sounds.
Huh. Okay.
So at a glance, and with some logic, you'd think actually it looks like someone's blocked this.
Right.
Which probably means other tunnels have been blocked. Then again, given how straight and clean cut it is also possible, especially since it's not ice that you can see through, it's just a pile of snow and stuff, that when the dungeon was teleported into the 8th layer of hell, this is where it got cut off. Any number of things could be possible.
If like we quickly strike up a torch, there's a little bit of heat and flame. Does it look like the ice is melting, or getting slick?
It's like -30, and you put a torch right to the ice. I think it would melt if it was regular ice, so I'm going to say yes. If I'm wrong on physics on this one, my apologies, but it should work. You do see the ice somewhat melts against the flame of the torch. The second you pull it away, though, due to how incredibly cold this area is, it refreezes like ice cream in a freezer.
Yep. Okay, yeah. Alright. So
The
looks
real
like
question, however, would you dare cast a magical spell in this room?
there's a reason why I lit a torch.
Yep. I point that out because I'm sure Nimbar's like, well, you know what? Disintegration Ray would take care of this right quick. Oh, but that's an 8th level spell.
6.
Oh, but that's a 6th level spell. Sorry, I was looking at anti-magic field in the corner of my eye. Not because I'm using it, but strictly because I googled it earlier and it's still there. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have used anti-magic field. I had to throw you curveballs a couple times somehow.
So, if we were to try and get through, we're looking at a very long spot of digging.
You hear a slight scraping sound behind yourself, and as you look, you see Lulu's coming, and she flips up a pickaxe, which she took from one of Jade's bags. Don't say no, man. And she just puts it over one of her shoulders, holding it with her trunk, and says, "You have my axe."
Brilliant. Me and Jillian are 2/3 of the way through our Lord of the Rings annual rewatch.
Oh, nice. Do you include The Hobbit with that?
No.
That's fair.
The more important question is regular version or the extended version?
Well, there's only one correct answer, so.
I don't
I'm just making
understand.
sure.
The regular version is the extended version.
I have to
Yes.
check, actually. I just got the 4K copies of The Lord of the Rings, the set. I have
Yeah.
to check if it's extended.
Oh,
Now, I
Oh,
gotta be
that
honest,
would be a.
my vision's not the best, so between 1080p and 4K, sometimes I'm like, oh, you can see that candle flicker so much nicer, and someone else speaks up. And all the books on the shelf behind it, Alan, I'm like, oh, yeah, that too. My right eye can see like a hawk, but my left eye's vision is very poor. So
Why don't you get some glasses, dude?
They can't help me. I suffer
Oh,
from
really?
a rare medical condition referred to amblyopia or something like that. There's a muscular imbalance in my left eye. So it's not the
Oh,
eye.
I'm sorry.
The image from the eye going to the brain is degraded.
Right.
So it's like your device is fine, but the USB cable's shot.
oh,
I used to wear a patch over one eye for years, and yes, I actually did wear bottle cap lenses until I was 16. So I can't say I did wear glasses, Jillian, but they look like bubbles from Trailer Park Boys, no exaggeration. And that was medical to keep the eye from getting worse, and wearing a patch every day strengthened the muscle groups. So I was able to improve my eye, and when I was 13, I'll tell you something really interesting. Until I was 13, 14, I saw the world in 2D. I saw everything flat. I had focus and field of vision like a camera does, but I didn't know 3 dimensions until I was 13, 14, and my eye obtained what's referred to as binocular fusion, where the 2 eye images overlap correctly, and suddenly I could see in 3D, and I was like, holy shit. I went to a 3D movie, I went to all that fun stuff, and even though the vision of my left eye is very poor, that was a good moment for me. I was like, wow. So believe me, if I ever lost an eye, if I lost my right eye, I couldn't DM. It'd be over. I mean, I might be able to, but I'd be reading like, okay, this says dank maker, and it's like, Alan, that's dark matter. Lay off the dope. It says it's dank. Sorry, I had to go back to the blunt joke on that one. It was too easy. So yeah. But yeah, don't worry too much about my eye, Jillian. Thankfully, it's not my dominant one. The right eye is, so everything is usually crystal clear. But the finest pieces of detail, other people will generally pick up better than me because my left eye pushes it down. But I do like 4K. I mean, I got really lucky last year, and I won the prize in summer at work, the big prize, which was a 2-day vacation to a resort place somewhere in Nova Scotia. Unfortunately, thanks to COVID, they had to cancel that, and they're like, what would you like instead? And I'm like, well, for the price that you said I can get, a 55-inch 4K TV, I could get that for $400. And they're like, oh my god, that's the best thing we've ever seen. We'll send it to you. And I'm like, thank you. So yeah, that's why I got a new TV.
Well, it's not on the same degree, but I can sympathize with the lopsided senses thing, because I'm partially deaf in one of my ears, so...
Oh, yeah. I need my stereo. I need my hearing more than I need my vision, Kieran. I'd be pissed if I lost hearing.
It's definitely a thing I notice sometimes when I'm listening to music, that, like, if I, like, switch my headphones around, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm missing small bits of this. Like, there's certain parts of this I can't hear in this ear.
I got headphones on all day. The ones I bought have a 16-hour battery because I listen to so much music.
Oh yeah.
I go mad without one of my ears. If I lost them both, I think that would ruin me.
I at least I can hear enough that I can enjoy music, but they're definitely like in that ear. They're definitely like, how do I put it? Like small bits of it that like I'm missing. Because if you look at my hearing, like they did like they did a hearing test on me, and they're like, okay, so this is your left ear, and it's like kind of like a line, like it's got movement obviously to show like the levels of, like, you know what I mean, sensitivity or whatever. And it's like, and here's your other, here's your right ear, and it's a U shape basically, like an upside down U, like it's like a hill. And it's like, because like, yeah, you're like, if you get like this high, you're basically deaf. You're basically deaf, and if you get this low, you're basically deaf. Yeah. If you're in like the middle range, you're fine, but like the closer you get to the extremes, the worse your hearing like rapidly becomes. So
oof. That's no good. At least you still have one good ear.
Yes,
because that's the thing. Oh, and Dan's on a quick. Be right back. So that's a bit of a side thing. So you all know, if you're ever DMing for me and you really want to make my character worried, scared, or pissed, just make them deaf. Just remove their ability to hear for a little bit. That'll be my number one. My character will just panic and be like, oh no! But I digress. So, as the team makes their way south, possibly, Alex sort of went that way while Nimbar's rubbing his chin.
I just moved my character back here, and then stopped while we were examining the ice wall. I can't not say ice wall a little bit like me from Overwatch.
I gotta give that game a play.
Ice wall. And then I would have went back to try the torch trick, and then see if Nimbar wanted to dig through it or not. But you raise a good point about casting high level magic in here if the Slayer is creeping on us. Because we could totally dig.
You don't have yourself on hard mute, do you, John?
I am muted, but I wasn't saying anything.
Okay, figured I'd just double check in case you had some crazy ass plan. Every now and again, when it comes to the magic stuff, you and Kieran will just whip something out, and I'm just like, what? Okay, give me a minute to read some rules.
No. Being said, just to confirm, what we know of this particular Godslayer is what we've seen in the visions here, and that he was betrayed, thus went on a rampage here. We know he's a Godslayer, but we don't know anything more than that, correct?
Barely anything more, yep. You know, he was part of a group of orphaned children during war times. In the basement of a church they were found. You also know that wonderful little music box that you have is one of his possessions, as he seems to carry it with himself. You know, his friend with 2 swords, who you saw early on being very defensive of everyone else, had recently been slain, which really put him on this warpath. And you also know he's exceptionally gifted with magic, as Mordenkainen, looking over his books, took a moment to pause. However, that was a year or 2 prior to the visions you just saw. They were much younger in that classroom scene, which means his power has only grown since then. Back then, he was just learning how to use a sword, and it looks as though his friend, the one who now lay slain, who was quite skilled with swords, was quite inept with magic. So they were helping each other out. Thus the late night training between the 2 of them.
I'm just... We assume he's evil, and I mean, like, him grasping at your throat and at me kind of do that, but, like, we don't technically know.
If he's not evil, he's definitely not chill.
We don't even know what god he killed, do we?
Oh, the name was dropped. A very long time ago. Someone said they killed a god to you. I'll give props to Kieran, he actually named the game system it came from. Kinda dropping the hints to see if anybody remembers.
Oh, this is making my brain hurt, because, like, I know there's something there. Because I bet if you mentioned it, I would know again, right? Like, if the moment you mentioned it.
Well, you can all roll a history check to see how good your memories are.
Oh, okay.
2 minutes, I will dig out my notebooks. Roughly how long ago was it? I've dated them.
No, damn it, really?
Probably around
4?
May.
Really?
Oh, that dice
Alright.
almost landed on an 8. Damn it, Jade! Oh, it's only 22. Oh, damn it, Nimbar!
Me.
Probably prior
Last
to that.
notebook
I'll give
starts
you a
in
hint.
September.
It was in the ice dungeon. Oh, not the ice dungeon, the ice maze. Damn it, Mad Maggie's Dungeon of Death.
Oh, now I'm more confused.
So what we found in the book,
The
yeah.
7th.
I'll give it to Nimbar. Unfortunately, he didn't get the name, but he remembers the situation. Because when you got that high-level, super powerful spellbook, a little prior to that, you were walking through a room where doors were slamming and a voice spoke to you from the darkness about power, strength, abilities, and then mentioned that it had slain gods and that you're nothing special compared to it in its own arrogance. And then you said, Who have you slain? And it said, do you know the name? And then your wizard draws a blank because you got a 29. But I paint the scene out for everybody to try to remember.
Oh, God.
Mad Maggie's Dungeon of Death.
I will say, it wasn't a god from your worlds that you know of.
Yeah, like, if we're talking about other settings, then, like, my brain immediately goes to, like, either Greyhawk or to Dragonlance, typically, right? Like, if I'm thinking of other settings off the top of my head.
However, Dragonlance, well, that's a thing.
Well, those are the ones I think of when I think of, like, Greyhawk and Dragonlance. If I'm thinking of settings that aren't, like, Forgotten Realms and D&D, those are the 2 settings in D&D, like, official settings that come to my mind first, typically.
Yeah, but Kinders and Halflings, right? Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
But a god's name was dropped.
Wasn't, like, Palor or something, was it?
Nope.
God.
No, it's definitely something.
You're more than welcome to read through the player's handbook for 3.5 in the list of deities. I'll give you that hint. It was listed
What?
there.
Oh!
What figure was it?
Oh!
That told us?
I think I actually remember. Wasn't it the Death God from the 3.5? Because my brain, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's clicking like that. Like, I'm having, like, for some reason, I remember this coming up a while ago. I am now deities. God damn it, I don't need the full list, I don't want to have to go grab my player's handbook.
That's all good.
What is it, Like, it was one of the 3.5 gods. I don't think it was Neural. Who is the other one?
I threw up their symbol. Something for another
Oh,
time.
We Joss?
Yep.
We Joss, that's right. Yeah. I remember that, because my brain was just telling me, like, one of these gods, you were talking about one of them, and it was like, oh, it's one of the death-related ones, but which one it was? And then I found it's like, oh yeah, we Joss, yeah. Because she's a deity of death and magic.
Magic, death, vanity, and law. A very powerful god from the pantheon of gods. Especially popular amongst wizards, sorcerers, and necromancers, mind you.
Her clerics cover the death, domination, law, magic, mind, planning, and tyranny domains.
The ruby sorceress, the dark-eyed lady, the witch goddess, the stern lady.
Can you post the spelling of the name for me?
Like that. Same channel as he just put the.
Thank you.
Because as somebody who, like, technically my start to D&D was, like, playing, like, CRPGs like Baldur's Gate, which were 2nd edition. But playing tabletop, my start was, like, 3.5. So those gods, like, definitely, like, you know what I mean? They have a spot in my brain. Just because of, like, all the times I, like, read and reread the player's handbook.
I think my next campaign, I might go from written notes to typed notes so I can control F things.
Understandable.
Especially if it's one of my campaigns. It's like, how? I thought that was a red herring, and I just shake my head like, nope. I don't do those.
So I'm currently on my 4th notebook for this one.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a few years. Admittedly. It's been a long campaign. I was looking back at some things and I was like, oh, that felt like it was yesterday, and it's like April. Oh, shit. Oh, alrighty, so. Now that you've remembered, essentially.
Well, I mean, yeah, people don't generally kill gods for good reasons, do they? I don't know a lot about Ouijas, though, other than that old god names were weird.
As Alex says, they don't kill gods for good reasons, do they? Lulu's just gonna look at you with a stern look and say, no! You know, just to agree right off, because, I mean, come on. It's Lulu.
Oh, meta-knowledge. Meta-knowledge, Ouijas is a neutral god, right? Like, so... yeah, like, that's this meta-knowledge, obviously not character knowledge, but, I can't imagine a particularly well-intentioned reason to go about killing her, right?
Yeah.
Be a hell of a fight, though, given her power level.
Oh yeah, especially if you're using, like, the deities and demigods, like, stat blocks. If this is like a good old 3.5 fight, like, epic level versus deities and demigods.
So, probably evil. The Godslayer's probably evil.
Yeah.
Lulu
Killing
nods
a
affirmingly.
god... Even killing an evil god is itself a dangerous act, simply because the act of killing gods has the potential to cause great, like, cosmic disruption, right? Like,
Lulu starts laughing and nods her head. She goes, oh, yeah, I mean, you just asked Nimbar that last time they took out the goddess of magic before she came back again. Oh, things got real messed up for a little while there. Actually, I tell you, some millennia ago, there used to be this great and powerful kingdom. I'm sure you've heard of this. Wizards know all about Casus' folly. But they screwed around with magic well beyond their control and messed around with the goddess of magic. Oh, maybe I've said too much. But regardless, all of their floating citadels, bam, into the ground.
Yes, old Netheril.
Your characters might be blinking at this one, though. Like, we've heard of legends that spells don't go past 11th, but Lulu's like, oh yeah, it was a bad time.
So, well, okay.
She even ponders a little. She's like, I think, from what I remember too, one of those giant citadels crashed somewhere around, well, it's this city, or 10 cities, or something like that, up in the north. There's supposed to be one that just sledgehammered down into the ground. So, you know, I'd avoid that spot like the friggin' plague.
Yeah, probably a good idea to avoid it unless, like, you're, you know, an appropriate leveled party exploring a particular area at a certain stage of a certain campaign.
Lulu gave a shake to her head. No, I wouldn't even do it then. Forget that. You're just going to be like, oh, these guys ruined the world once before. Let's go ahead and screw around with their stuff. Yeah, that's a great idea. I like that. She trots back over, flops his shoulder.
I've definitely been playing up a bit more of like the Netherese ruins flavor in my Rime of the Frost Maiden, because it's such a fun like thing to integrate into the into that campaign, because it has some of it, but I've added a little bit more of my own. Like,
well, I mean, we've caused a cosmic imbalance by redeeming an archdevil. Christ knows. Who's Christ? What you do if you kill an actual god?
Oh yeah, that's well, I mean, yeah, it's a bad time.
Lulu's gonna look towards Alec and say, "I'll tell you what happened. You get banished to the void." Nods her head once.
Oh jeez, that's horrifying.
I'm really not easy to do. I don't even know how they would have pulled it off. But, I mean, I wasn't even there, so whatever.
Yeah.
Were you really not there, Lulu?
Oh, I really wasn't there, buddy, trust me. You don't even need an insight check. Lulu's just got that wide-eyed no.
It's alright, Lulu. We can tell when you're lying.
She gives a laugh and says, yeah, Azariel says I'm the best person to play poker against. She never loses. I don't know why, though. Oh, well. So that reminds me, I think I owe her $50. Oh.
What's a buck? It's like a deer?
It's a quote that we use to describe silver pieces in a different... look, that's from 3.5, okay? Lulu trot.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Mr. Better hope that Wizards doesn't have any plans for D&D 6th edition anytime soon.
I give it 2 years.
Yeah.
My dad will be furious.
It's like, alright, Mr. Time to die again. I'm like, oh no.
6th edition Lulu's like, oh no, I was just having fun. Poof.
Nimbar, I really don't want to do that again.
Oh man, imagine Nimbar living through yet another iteration of Magic. Like, because you've lived through, like, 3.5 Magic, 4E Magic, and now 5E Magic, right? Like,
yeah.
It's like, Jesus, man.
You have to start over and learn everything fresh again. It's not fun.
Mm-hmm.
Lulu just leans over and whispers to Nimbar, oh, we all know the truth. You just hit your character sheet with an eraser and then rewrote it. Yeah, no, I'm doing everything so bad, Lulu says, shaking her head.
Oh man, the dark era of 4E Magic where Magic Missile wasn't a guaranteed hit.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
You had to roll an attack roll. Quite cursed.
So I've actually kind of considered building like a full, like, writing a novel around Nimbar's backstory, but then I'd have to learn 4th edition, and I don't want to do that.
Well, Nimbar could have been
4th edition's not actually that hard to learn, so...
Nimbar could have been recovering through 4th edition.
No, it definitely would have.
I don't know how long it was, but...
Yeah, definitely don't want to do that.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah.
So what way is the party thinking now? Frozen Wall of Doom? Or south to Unknown Room?
Yeah. There is a bit of a risk implied with using magic here, so digging through that wall might be a bit difficult.
There was a couple paths down this way that we didn't. enter.
Yeah.
Like if you scroll out, like there's a couple paths down this way. We never did check out the theater.
Should we go to the theater?
I suppose, yeah. It's
I might stick my head in this. I don't know how to highlight. Like this,
click, I guess,
this spot.
Yeah,
just to see. But I'll wait for we're doing the buddy system after Jade got jumped, so I'll wait for at least one other person.
To make life a little easier on all of you, since Alec took a jump forward on that one, do we want to say let Dean move his mini to where you all want to go, and we say you travel as a group? Once you get to a spot everyone likes, I can move all your tokens with a copy paste.
That'd be easier, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
So Dean, you've got the control this time as you go with your owl sitting on your shoulder. He gives a hoot and a nod.
Unlimited power.
we do the Final Fantasy thing where all the characters all just merge into one person. And
Chrono
then that
Trigger
one person
styles,
runs
though.
around for a while.
You all
Yeah.
stretch out as you're running on the map, but once you stop, one guy. Oh.
I remember being very impressed with Final Fantasy VIII because all your companions were on the field with you.
It was pretty awesome.
I remember playing the demo. That was the first thing I noticed in the demo, where the demo's the landing scene, where the boats come in and crash onto the beach and you get out, and just be like, "Holy crap! I've got my full group here."
Interesting.
I remember Final Fantasy VIII, I was a little late getting it, but I had the demo for PC for so long, and I replayed it so many times, I was so sad. As Alec makes his way forward, he finds what is obviously a bathing room, with a couple of tubs and all that stuff. Bellamy will lament because the water doesn't work, so there's no hot water. She looks a little cranky. Though Lulu would look at her and say, "You really gonna take a bath when it's negative 30 second you step out the tub?" Bellamy nods and sets the bottle down. She goes, "Maybe not." I only say it because, just for the easy joke. Though
Bellamy has a bad history with bodies of water and frozen caverns.
She got lucky with the rubber ducks, though, which Lulu still has sitting on her head.
Yeah.
Looking through this area, you don't see too much, though the ground itself has become laden in snow in these areas, which would make it very difficult to cross through to the back corner end of this room. You do, however, note a bookshelf in the very back corner here, sticking up from the snow.
Oh. Well, Alec will point that out to the wizards. I'm playing the wrong character to be excited by books.
Interesting.
You say it's hard? I say it's pretty simple if you can just cast Misty Step.
So you Misty step over to the bookshelf?
I do.
Alrighty. You do see a number of books on there, a lot of curriculum-based books and a lot of educational books. Surprisingly, there's a few spell manuscripts in there as well. You can feel free to take a browse through if you'd like.
I definitely would, yeah.
And unfortunately, books crumble under the grasp of your hands, all but one. A rather potent-looking tome. Old book. Taking it out, you see it is in fact someone's spell book, with magic from back in the day in there, but just a generic spell book.
And being back in the day magic, it's probably not functional anymore.
It wouldn't work directly. However, given time and effort, i.e. 4 times the normal time it would take a standard character to do it, and unfortunately the Scribe's class won't speed that up, you would be able to transfer these spells over to a new spell book. But, that being said, even though it's a nice spell book, there's not too crazy stuff in there.
Yeah.
I've got one here I'll put up. The name on it being The Harmonious Book of Blight. And there's a direct link to the book with the spells in it. As you know, there are spells in 3.5, a crap ton of them that are not in 5th. So forget that little plot hole as the DM gives you an item. Oh, sorry, I said the Scribe's time doesn't count towards reducing it. I misspoke a little bit. What I meant was the Scribe's time won't reduce it to scribing time. You can scribe it over at standard time and a regular wizard at 4 times. I didn't finish speaking that one out for John's character.
Well, that's good.
There's a few fun spells in there, but it only goes up to 4th level.
Ah.
And as for that, only 4th level, you can blame the random treasure generator for that one, John. But hey, magic is magic. And finding wordings of the old days that haven't been destroyed by the loss of magic, that's rare enough in and of itself. You also note, glancing at this spellbook, that it is quite indestructible. You could take the time to clear the pages out and make use of this spellbook as a standard spellbook. That would take you 3 days. And that's just the work involved. And when I say 3 days, I mean 3 days of your standard downtime work. You know, while you're doing your long rests. The way we've spoken about these things prior.
Sorry, Jillian, did you hear Fergus bark? Or am I hearing things?
No, he's right here beside me. He's just chewing his ball. He's not making any noise.
I guess the madness is settling in, guys.
Ooh. Maggie would be proud.
It could have been Des outside.
Maybe. What's the thought? I heard something through my soundproof headphones. I'm not nuts.
I generally keep one ear out from my headphones so I can hear what's going on most times.
Okay, so I just double checked. Every spell in there, I already have.
Ah.
So you have a wonderful artifact from a time before magic of this world.
Yeah.
It's like a collector's item.
Probably worth something to somebody.
Yeah.
I know of a particularly bookish elf. If that's the only thing of interest, I guess we'll move on. I guess we can book it out of here.
Lulu groans lightly.
I don't know if Lulu has the power to judge.
Nimbar
here.
will Misty step his way back.
Okay.
I love that misty step. Pop, pop, there you go. And I will say the tunnel here is sealed, as you remember. You'd have to break through the ice in this area to go further through that tunnel. But, as you know from the map, it probably connects to this other tunnel from back here from earlier in your adventure. You know.
Misty Step was that spell that was good enough that it was worth using a smite slot for.
Yeah.
Did you know you could use your smites as spells as paladin?
Did we want
Lulu doesn't
to?
believe you. Sorry, John.
Do we want to go dispel the last one that we missed?
Oh, that was...
2 of them. One here, stuck in the
Yeah.
wall, and one over here, sleeping in bed.
Yeah, we did definitely had there was the fear about the possibility that we are like it's the morally right thing to do, but there's also the fear that it potentially unleashes this evil onto us.
That's just a theory that we have no
yes.
way to prove.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah, so it's
what
definitely
levels were they again?
This one, like the bed was level 9. I do not remember this one.
Oh, big level 9. That sounds. The level 7 one was the one we ran into danger, right? Like a level 9 one sounds particularly.
The thing is, like, it's already active. It's already playing. We weren't.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay then. Yes, if this is one of the ones we were playing, we just didn't dispel then.
I can't dispel the level 9 one. I don't have a 9th level spell slot.
You can roll high. I believe in you.
Oh wait, there's the...
Yeah.
Right, oh we can do the check.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I'm going to go through, and I would like to do it.
Well, I could try one of them with a 4th level slot to take the
So,
strain off.
Just so people
Sorry,
can
just-
see the map. There you go.
yeah, just so we're clear, like, I don't want, like, I'm perfectly happy to cast the Dispel. I just, like, where I had that thought, and it could be, I want everyone's consent before I do so, is kind of what I'm checking.
I think that's fair. It's definitely something to be cautious of, but also, it is the morally right thing to do to free these souls, so we can cautiously go ahead. Like, I will say, that's my opinion, is, cautiously go ahead. Like...
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone object?
If you want to do one, I can try doing the other.
Alright.
So this was the 9th, and the other one was the... I forgot the spell level again. And it's your spell attack?
No, it's
your modifier?
It's just, like, for you it'd be a wisdom check.
Right, because I get +7. What do you get?
I think I get +6. Yeah, +6.
Do you want me to try the higher level? Higher level one?
Sure thing.
Okay, I'll...
yeah.
Click off the spell, and then I'll... the... thing. Is that not clickable on this sheet?
Oh, it may not be.
So I'll just do a d20 plus +7, so it's not plus the modifier, the proficiency.
Just an ability check using your spellcasting ability. So.
+7.
Pip.
Nice.
As the two wizard and the druid were discussing who was going to do the magic, the druid's like, I got this one, and snaps his fingers all cocky like to shoot the spell off. And the power of magic in the area immediately cuts out and slowly disappears. However, as it begins to fade, you notice the image flickering ever so briefly. It was one of the kids laying in bed. I call them kids, but at this point they were like 17 in this vision. Sits up to look towards you and just gives a smile before they fade away. Outside of that, nothing else seems to happen.
Okay. And then I'll do this one.
Nimbar's turn as he attempts to dispel the other room. I love it when the check's so high, it's like, it doesn't even matter what the spell was. It's done. That's why I did the finger snap, because damn, 26. That's actually one of the higher dispel rolls we've seen so far. Again, it doesn't even matter what the old spell level was, though it was actually very low. So that's a no-brainer for that one to get shot. In the next room as you move back over, which was just people sitting, discussing magic and doing those sort of things. As you cut the magic out in this room, freeing the soul, as I reminded you, was trapped in the wall, the other bodies fade out one after the other as the vision slowly recedes, though you see someone step out from the wall. Someone with not a passing resemblance to Isaac, I might add. Very similar in glance. They look directly towards Nimbar as he had undone the spell, and they smile slowly. They give their head a shake and they just say, I'm sorry. This isn't a burden you should have to carry, but you might be the only ones who can help him. And then he fades away.
Interesting. I'm still curious what that guy's story is. Well,
you're definitely from our time,
yes.
Our world.
Yes.
Definitely.
Definitely, unless my parents didn't tell me something, definitely.
Are your parents real?
Yes.
Lulu's giving you the stink eye. I mean, she's trying to hold in a laugh, but...
Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
Waterdeep.
What's your parents' names?
God, don't make me remember what I wrote down somewhere for those at some point. he would be able to tell you his parents' names.
Your
I just can't
story is
remember them.
crumbling instantly.
I can't remember when I called them off the top of my head. I have it in a note somewhere, but
Kieran
yeah.
just leans in on the mic. Isaac says the name of his parents.
Yeah, basically, his dad is basically like kind of like a lower noble from Waterdeep, and his mom's an elf. So
Lulu would speak up, however, at this point. Well, although, I gotta say, I can finally make up for it. She trots back and forth from one foot to the other, hopping down from Flux's shoulder before doing that, mind you, otherwise it'd be very uncomfortable on armor. She gives a nod. She goes, I remember early on when I was like, oh, I can tell you who's the best. I can see souls. And then I was like, oh, poop, it's just a vision. Well, that was the soul you were seeing the vision from. And what I can perfectly tell you, very, very confidently, is that a soul cannot exist in two places at once. They're not quantum souls. That's a different game. No, yes. No, I can say, as she looks back from Isaac, back to where the spirit was, then back to Isaac, I can say without shadow of a doubt, you're definitely two completely separate, different individual. So don't be getting all uppity on that.
oh yeah, figured that.
We're
Lulu will-
assuming.
I will say Lulu
We're
turns a
assuming
glance
that
back, though, and she's gonna say, I didn't really trust you to begin with, though. I gotta be honest, so now I feel a little bad, and I apologize. But can you blame me? You look just like him. It's kind of a little creepy.
It is strange, certainly. I am curious to. It feels like an incredibly strange thing to be a coincidence, but. Oh.
You definitely have a soul. What color's your hair?
I definitely have a soul, as far as I'm aware. I mean,
Okay, there's an easy way to test this. We're going to need to kill you, then revivify you.
God,
Just relax.
I'd really rather not. Thank you. I've not died yet, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. Ideally.
Hey,
probably-
get to school.
There it is.
Come play cards with you.
I was waiting for that. 10 points for Dan.
Our resident dying expert.
What would it take to burst through that tunnel to create a little shortcut? Is it like a sheet of ice, or does it look like it's all the way through?
You can do an investigation on it to figure that one out. Looking at it from a distance, it's pretty solid and not see-through. So you could think you could start chipping with an axe, but with an investigation, you can get more hands-on, take a look at it, and see what it would take to get through.
Okay, well, I'll give myself guidance, because I am in no way trained in investigation. Oh wait, well there you go.
Haha!
Just drops
What
a 20 on the board.
An arbitrary roll to get a 20 on.
You're almost tempted to yell Flux, because you can tell with a good, strong athletics check, you could burst through. You're all rolling fire outside of battle. But a good athletics check could break through that snow wall. It's not actually that thick. You can feel as you pound on it and give it a quick smack that it starts to give and twist, but it would be an athletics check to try to break through it. You know, just burst through and be like, oh yeah!
Can I try? I'm
You're more than welcome to. I just said Flux
Technically-
because you know the high strength.
I'm trained in athletics, so let's see if I could make Flux proud of me. So I'll guide myself again and see. If not, I'll try and casually brush it off and pretend I was going to get Flux's help all along.
No problem. Just like the Kool-Aid guy, because I had to throw it up. Your character has no trouble busting that wall down. You didn't even need your guidance as it breaks under the force of your blow, tearing out from in front of you, continuing to roll fire outside of combat as you break a pathway to an area you've already been through once prior. Lulu will give a side glance at Flux and be like, oh, you better watch out, he's running for your job.
Yeah.
Having said that though, we were going to the theatre. I've noticed there's some paths here that we haven't taken. Should we look at them, or just go straight to theater.
Don't mind me. Alec is
Sorry,
down
sorry,
here yelling
we're-
up from the hole. We still going this way? Sorry, Joe.
What ones were you saying? Sorry.
I don't know if you can see my ruler, but here
Okay.
there's a little
Yeah.
side room we went past.
Now, as I'm glancing at the map, when I click on it, I get everyone's composite view. I do know Jade went down that way, and he did fill out a good chunk of your map. So give me a moment. I'm going to do what I did earlier, and I'm going to take a quick print screen here, and I'm going to pop that in, just so you can see that corner of the map. It may not be completely filled out for everybody because of the way it works when it's multiple characters. But I believe he's only left you with one available path not filled. Ooh. Let me just pull those minis off the map. That's from something else. Last thing I want to do is be showing you minis when I'm doing this. You'd be like, why is there a pair of ice devils there? And it's like, because I was referencing their stats, okay? You would not be fighting those.
Oh yeah,
I think they're actually on the other one that I put up earlier for Kieran's. There's a pair of ice devils and a planetar. I needed the planetar stats, so you know.
yeah. So I
Okay.
totally get it. I always have like a dozen different things like off screen, like outside of the player view.
So apparently, I'm just in the middle of nowhere.
Numbers in the void.
It did a paste for your character when I pasted the image in at the same time. Very peculiar. And I'll put that in Discord as well. So you can see a good view of the bottom right map has already been filled out. Jade's wandering as he went through those spots, finding a lot of
Okay.
empty zones.
Right.
And just to confirm, like that little path
This path,
from the murder room that ends in that one.
this path here that I'm pointing to with the big long arrow was not yet traversed. You literally went about here, then turned back, and came up this way, leading to the rest of the adventure thus far.
So realistically, we can either go to like here, there, or to over here.
Lulu gives a nod. I say we go that way. Yeah. Love the arbitrary.
There.
Part of me hopes that little path connects to the theater, so we would end up doing it in like one fell swoop.
It would be convenient, but how often are things convenient?
True.
I will say Lulu does say, oh, if we do go this way, I could get him a drink of water before we go down the south way if we want to go that way. So I say we loop around this way for water. I don't care where we go after that, though. Just not the water where the big old tentacly monster is in the water. That's going to taste weird.
Yeah, let's go to the watering hole, because that's kind of in between the two directions.
And as mentioned, I'm just going to save a moment here for some people. Copy paste some tokens to move people around. I'm being very arbitrary because I'm way zoomed out with this.
And
Meanwhile, Dean's like, nah, I got this, don't worry. Oh shoot, right on top. My bad.
wee. No worries.
I think I got everybody.
Yeah, I think so.
Changing the color of Isaac for this one was genius, because now I can actually see him from the outset.
Oh,
Well, Isaac should find a picture eventually.
Yes, I should.
I say this like every week at this point.
That's your homework for this week.
Actually, yeah. It's always, my issue is always I'm too particular about like what I want to use if I'm like googling it, right? So.
And there's a lot of options
I know
for
I have
Elven
to
Wizards.
Alan, my I always ended up on a wall somehow.
Where'd he go?
Oh,
He's by the
Oh my god, he's between the worlds.
yeah.
sorry. Do you mind if we call our break now? If we take our.
Oh yeah, it's spot on to 12. So this would be a good spot while you all decide which direction to go. Let's take a break at 15, and we'll be back at 12:15.
Awesome. Talk to you guys in a little bit.
Alrighty.
Lulu, meanwhile, is laying on her back with her trunk in the water, blowing bubbles and having drinks, looking happy.
I didn't know she was so excited by water, but here we are.
It's mostly the exhaustion of walking. Alrighty, I'll see you
poor
all in
little-
15.
Yep.
Yeah,
See it.
poor little Lou. I live. Oh, my headphones might be dead. One sec.
I'm sorry.
They were. There we go. Hello. If I have my headphones configured to turn off after 15 minutes. One thing I'll give Razer, even though you have to download like a gig of software, a gig to run headphones.
Goddamn Synapse.
Oh my god, I hate it so much. But I love the headphones. But I hate their software. But I really love the headphones. But I really hate their software.
That's me with my mouse, basically, is I hate Synapse, but there's a reason I keep getting the Naga as my mouse. So it's just in my opinion, it's the most ergonomic MMO mouse I've ever used, so.
I play with a $20 Insignia keyboard and mouse. I also have that nice side thing when I want to use it, but that's what I use because when it comes down to it, you give me a good mouse, I get 10 times better. Oh yeah. Actually, I have a really nice mouse around here somewhere. I just don't use it. Not lazy. And In Warframe, I recently acquired a weapon called the Tsar, which shoots a bomb that just makes a giant kaboom with huge area of effect, and it's like stupid. I don't have to worry too much about aiming. Oddly, my aiming's become better. Like, if you've ever played that game, you lightning around like a ninja, flickering from place to place, moving the mouse like a madman. I'll turn, shoot something in the face, and turn forward again and keep going, and I'm like, this reminds me of when I played first-person shooters Counter-Strike when I was a little boy. Well, when I was an angry teenager who cursed at people. My buddy Matt, me and him played a lot, and he had the best username I've ever seen in a first-person shooter to this day. Toilet Thief. Out of all the silly, ridiculous names, Toilet Thief. I'm like, that's awesome. So just check, everyone's off mute, so I'm assuming we're all back.
Yeah.
Except maybe Jillian, she might be having to deal with Fergus. But Dean, you're there? Hey Dan,
maybe
you're
not.
there?
Yeah.
Perfect. You're off mute.
Send to mute.
Yeah, that's the thing. He never does. And with Jillian on mute. So we're just waiting on Dean and Jillian. I always see Dan always comes off mute, but when doing a roll call, I try not to exclude people. I have to exclude you, though, John. You just spoke, so I know you're here. But that's, that's being a wizard clever.
Am I here, though? Am I?
It's a quantum space of here. You are both here and at your home, so, Oh, my word. Quantum is the word of the week.
What is it, we were talking about Final Fantasy earlier. The expansion for Final Fantasy 14 launched. So, turns out the game's so popular that if once it gets to like afternoon time, it's like it takes about 2 hours at least to log in typically, and that is if like you don't get an error while you're waiting.
It takes every inch of my willpower not to play it.
Oh, it's so good, man! Like it's so like the way I put it with Shadowbringers is by the time the previous expansion Shadowbringers came out, I considered it to be like one of the best Final Fantasy stories. And now Endwalker is proving to be better than Shadowbringers was. So
yeah, they really fixed it with that game because when it first dropped, they screwed the pooch pretty hard, as they'd say.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then they're like, "Wait, no, we apologize. Everything's offline, and we're even going to put that in the lore. And here's the game. This is what you all want to play, right?" And the fans were like, "Yeah, this is exactly what we want to play. Okay."
Bahamut emerged from one of the moons and caused such a havoc. The servers were down for several months. They brought on, was it Naoki Yoshida, the guy in charge of the project. They brought him on to redo it after the initial game, and he and his team are largely because they're, you know what I mean, they're the ones who kind of brought everything back and made it into what it is today. And they made him the head of one of their business divisions, and he's on their I forget what it's called, but essentially the group of them now who direct the company, because he did such a good job with this. And he's in charge of Final Fantasy 16. So things went well for him with this game. Yoshi P. Everybody loves the guy. He's a big part of it is he communicates very directly with the community. People really like him because he's very open and honest with the community about stuff. You said the whole apology thing, that was a big part of it. When they redid the game, they actually put out a formal apology to the fans for 1.0. They basically admitted, yes, this was not up to our standards and this wasn't what you guys deserved, and that's why we're going to remake it. And he insisted that was something they had to do to try and win back people's trust. So
I briefly played the first version. Although I will say though, Square Enix's handling of international accounts leaves something to be desired.
Yeah.
If you move country, it's like, well, create a new account, and you're like, really?
This is Square Enix US, not Square Enix UK. Start over.
Yeah, which cool. Hats off to Blizzard before they got any hot water. It's like be careful if you want to change country. You can only do it once a year, which is pretty reasonable. Because if you're moving country more than once a year, something's gone a bit skew with.
I think with 14 you're okay because the actual game is handled through Mog Station or through Steam, depending on which version you buy.
I honestly could not tell you. There's like a Square Enix account, and then there's a Square Enix. There's like 3 or 4 different things that all say Square Enix, and I honestly can't keep track.
Yeah.
So when I played the PlayStation 4 trial recently, I just
so you had your PSN account then, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
and I was like, I am so confused. Why can't I just have a Square account and then everything just goes from there?
Yeah, their account system definitely is, I think, the worst thing. Is just like the management of it is like very old fashioned. Like you have to buy. So if you have it on PC through them and not through Steam, the process for getting the expansion is you have to buy the expansion either from their own online store or another store, and then you get the code, and then you have to register it in your like actual Mog Station account. So like you what's it called? Like you can't like buy you can't like buy the game in your account, like the expansion in your account management thing. You have to buy it like on a separate site that they also have, and then take the code and then copy it in order to like register it. While meanwhile, like World of Warcraft, it's like in Battle.net you can choose the thing and hit buy and it'll register it, right? Like
it sounds like they've got the gameplay down. They just need to work
they do
everything else.
I'm gonna be honest, like if it's a choice between like a good account system and a bad game, or a bad account system and a good game, I'm glad we've got the good game. So
I'm gonna take the Iron Man approach and say, why not both?
I would say both. I would say
2021.
both. But that my comparison being to modern World of Warcraft now, right? Like I'm like, I'll take the you know what I mean? Like I definitely would prefer a better account system, but it's not enough of a deal breaker to get me to stop playing Final Fantasy 14 because it's such a good, like it's a good like Final Fantasy story, and then also it's a good MMO. Like so it really does well at being like being good at both of those things. It coming from World of Warcraft, something you'd have to get used to is the fact that you definitely get a lot more like cutscenes, and you get like a lot more like dialogue and stuff, because it's a Final Fantasy game, right? Like characters talk and stuff. So
the biggest thing that sold me on Final Fantasy 14 is one character can do everything.
Yep. Yeah, my character is quote. I have the game open right now in the background on my computer because to stay logged in, so I don't have to go through queue later today. And so occasionally I'm just like moving my character a little bit to avoid getting the logout thing. So my character I play, what is it? Summoner, Scholar are my mains right now, but I also have like White Mage, Sage,
Kieran.
Red Mage, Dancer, bunch of things.
Kieran, sorry to cut you off, but like, no offense, I really don't like the Final Fantasy series, and I'm kind of out of it today. So, do we mind if I cut off the Final Fantasy talk today? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like, it's not just you. It's just like I kind of want to. Like, I think Jillian's back, and I just want to kind of get on with D&D.
Yeah, is Jillian back? I haven't heard her say.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's been back for about 5-10 minutes there.
Okay. Like
no, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, and I'm sorry. It's just
it's very easy.
I know you all get very long-winded when we start talking Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah, it doesn't take much.
I know, just about Dark Age Britain. So
I was just gonna say you would like get me started on Pokemon, and I'm the same. That's
we all have our things.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So
back to the Dars.
Yeah. Did we?
Let me take the pause off and get the music going. There we go. Now, the big question that was left to the party before we jumped off break was which way you're going to go about going to where you need to go. There was a path down this way undiscovered, or untraversed rather, and then the actual arena around this way. Oh, that's weird. I seem to be suffering some lag.
Yeah.
I know we said we were going to the arena, but when I saw this little path down here, something in me just screamed that path. I don't know why.
I mean, that's fair. We also don't have Bellamy here, and I feel like Bellamy wants to go check out the stage, so...
You want to circumvent this arena as long as possible on the off chance Bellamy gets to see it?
Yeah.
Okay, that seems reasonable. Let's go down to this... the tunnel of Squiggly Wiggly D, which is my new name for it, because it's Squiggly Wiggly.
Same as before, this, if somebody just wants to move their token for the team, I'll copy-paste everyone over to save time.
Are we able to move through these tunnel bits here?
Oh yeah,
or is
that's
that...
still open.
Alright, okay, cool.
That's where that big giant robot, well, mechanical construct of Cogsworth design. Clockwork monstrosities. And the not-so-friendly area down here, and etc.
Don't know why my owls decided to peek out in front of me, but here we go.
Leaning forward on your shoulder, keeping an eye out. Just says to you, I've got the magic vision, boss. Remember, I can see invisible.
Goes twit, and I go, who?
Pauses for a second, doesn't seem to get the joke, then eyes go wide. Right! And then goes, whoo! Out loud.
Okay. Come on, Foundry. I'm
Twisty.
working on a second's delay here.
Yeah.
Give me one moment. I'm gonna relaunch the server because.
Oh no, I don't think it's worth doing that.
It's me too. Like certain things.
Oh, right.
I tried to do this a few times and it gave out. So I'm just gonna reload the server. Pop that back open.
I think it's been happening for a couple of games now, so I'm leaning more towards it just being like maybe like something to do with the latest Foundry release.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now, if you give an F5 to reload, it should jump in without any trouble.
Oh. Reselect. What version is it? 8.9? Oh, getting very close to the 1.0.0.
Someday they'll have the real release. It's been like a year and a half that it's been out, but someday they'll have the real release. Still love the program though. There we go.
I think a lot of places like having that shield of it's still like, you know, early release kind of thing.
Oh yeah. And they have done a lot of changes and polishing to it. I'll give them that.
Yeah. And people seem generally happy with it, unlike certain other sites that sometimes make changes that are questionable.
Yeah, every time they upgrade anything I've been using for a while, I freak out. It's like, what do you mean Amazon's front page changed on my phone? I don't even know where to go for my orders now. Damn it. That's just, I hate change. It pisses me off. Well, except D&D. 5th edition was a welcome change. 4th edition, though. Perfect example. I hate change. Alrighty. And I'll save everyone a step just in case, and I'll do a map pull to Alex's character. I see Jillian still loading.
I should still be loading.
I just see the names slowly popping up. Did you tap F5 to reload, Jillian?
No, sorry. I've missed the part that I was supposed to.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I had to reload the server, so if you
I
don't
know.
do it-
I think I heard you say that, but I was zoning out. Sorry.
Oh, no worries at all.
That's a cool backsplash on the pause menu. It looks like a little kid or a little halfling squaring off against a dragon.
Oh yeah, I love it for that intro screen. It's so nice for the load.
Is it just like a random piece of internet art, or is it from like a book or something?
It's actually just part of the system itself that was updated
Oh.
that I used for skinning this. That came up as their background that they used, and I thought it was a very nice touch.
Sweet. Oh, and before I forget, I'll click the D&D Beyond button. Don't mess infamous ends.
Yeah. Mine is taking an awful long time to connect.
You may want to F5 again if you haven't already then.
I just did.
Dang.
But
You gotta love them internets. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that Boxing Day we're skipping that day.
Yeah,
Just
I figured no
for
game.
scheduling. Yeah.
The 26th and possibly the 2nd, I would imagine. Probably no D&D. So next week's game will be our last one before we go on break for a bit.
Right.
And I know Jillian's got a half day on the 19th.
Yeah, I got a half day. Sorry, guys.
Anyone else has anything comes up, by all means, feel free to give a quick message in scheduling, unless you already know.
Yeah. I'll see if I'll take over Flux for a bit, and she mysteriously develops a Austrian accent.
Owl panics, flies into her face and clings.
that can't be reached.
Oh god. Still saying can't be reached?
Yeah, I just got to pay, like, the site can't be reached page.
Yeah. I got that.
I'm gonna close
I've
out.
got 1% scenes loading.
Give me a second, I am relaunching once again, just in case. I mean, I've got myself on a good solid hardwired connection. And they do a good job on upgrading our internet recently with Eastlink, so should be running good. Let me just update this, upload that. There we go. And let me get back in, and I'm gonna double check that the server didn't change its code. I mean, that's possible.
We shouldn't discredit the possibility that the proxy settings gremlins haven't followed me, and there's a checkbox somewhere that is going to haunt all of us.
Oh god, please no. Oh jeez, I see Alec pops right up. I did just load back in. Dean, if yours is working, if it says it's paused, you might actually be connected.
I did just refresh and log in. It's still loading in some of the assets. Yep, I can see the pause screen. I imagine it'll... Yep, loading in.
Perfect, I see Dan popped on too, so that's good. I gave it a relaunch. If it gives you trouble, John, let me know.
Oh yeah, that was super quick compared to last time.
Oh yeah, I see everybody's names popping up quickly now. Must have just loaded poorly that time. Beta software.
Never underestimate the power of a off and on again.
Oh god, yeah. That fixes my problems all the time with Foundry. Let me just turn it off and turn it back on.
Yeah.
Nation. Let's try this.
I do see you logging in again there, John. I think you just popped out and in.
Yeah, I keep getting to the point where I see a blue side panel where everything is and the Foundry logo, and that's it.
Well, see if you just leave it there. That's where I was getting at for a little bit, and it should eventually come up with the rest of the game.
It could be an asset load error. If it happens, if it doesn't go away after about a minute while we sit and wait, I'll pop over to the break scene, which doesn't take up much assets at all, and we can load in onto that one. What about yourself, Kieran? I see you're not blinking in at all. Yeah,
I'm loaded. No, I'm loaded in.
You might. Do you see it say pause at the bottom?
Yeah.
Does it still say
I see your
pause?
cursor. Nope.
Oh, okay. So you're loaded in, but I cannot see you on the players list. Look at you.
I'm here.
Somehow, Kieran has figured out how to be invisible. Actually invisible. That's magic. Right
I see
there.
myself on the players list, like when I look at the list of people logged in. So.
Because I
just switched. Sorry, I just switched to Firefox, and I could select Isaac.
Ah, dang. I think because I see you. Oh yeah. I think you might be half connected, Kieran. You might have to tap F5 because I think because you're still controlling things, but it's not telling me you're connected. I've never seen that happen before. I don't even see your mouse, but I see like the effects of what you've done. So that's somehow you figured out how to actually be invisible to Foundry. That's if you figure out how that works, oh my god, that's overpowered. Kind of cool.
Do I seem to be logged in? I'm not seeing the pause button.
Oh, I turned
On
off
there.
pause. Let me turn it back on.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, no, that's... I see it now. Yeah, I just was worried.
Oh, it's better if I leave it paused for the players because, well,
Okay,
you don't want your
there we
time
go.
running up.
So if I use Firefox, everything works.
Interesting. I'm using Chrome, and I've got a couple of ad blocker and a script blocker running in it, and
If you're using
it's working fine.
If the script blocker, depending on what you're blocking, right? Like,
What it
Yeah.
could be for John's,
It's just
I had
privacy
that
badger.
happen on one thing, and that's when the OpenGL, I believe, for Foundry doesn't load in Chrome. It still works, but it doesn't load in Chrome. There is a workaround. We had to do it for Jillian back on a previous system in order to force it to enable. But, as you've said, it works inside of Firefox.
Yeah.
It's
you
one of
see-
those easier solutions.
do you see me logged in now? Because I'm
I do.
back.
I've got everybody
Yes.
on. And I'm going to turn off pause so everyone should have access now.
Yeah.
And that
You're
should
back
give
real quick, sorry.
Yeah,
Just
sure
gotta
thing.
see.
A couple of
Wait, do you?
technical glitches.
Yeah.
I should be back on track.
Yeah.
I can see your little mouse number.
Lulu will take a moment and look towards the mages. But Kieran's not here to catch on this one, so I'm assuming he'd just say, "Oh yeah," because she's gonna say, "Oh hey, either one of you be able to press to vegetate me and get water all off of me?" Like you could do that pretty easy, right?
Nimbar will do that for her.
Presently, there's no water on her, mind you. She's giving it out as a hypothetical, and she just smiles.
I mean, yes, when you jump in the pool, I can clean it off you.
She shakes her head. No, not that. And she sucks up a huge trunk full of water, tilts it back, and just sprays it over herself in this one massive go. Then shakes off. She says, okay, now please. I'm very cold. And with a twist of fingers, of course, as you've mentioned, you completely dry Lulu off, who looks super happy and considerably more shiny now that she's gotten a fresh wash.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I had to. My roommate came back and I just had to tell about some stuff.
Hello,
cat.
welcome back. Lulu had some fun getting a quick shower in and asking wizards to use prestidigitate to make her dry. I said your character would have been like, "Oh yeah, totally," but where you went on a quick, be right back. So Nimbar handled that, but that was just for flavor because it's
Yep.
Lulu and she's awesome. So
Fair enough.
now that we're all back, switching back the map down to where Alec is. As he makes his way through, Alec does find one small cavernous opening in the area, which rises up a good 50 feet straight up. Though you don't seem to notice anything as you peek into this room. And when I say you, I also mean the rest of the party, Jade included, for your passive perception checks. It's like we said, it's just like a video game, everyone's merged into one.
Does it end in a roof, or is it open?
Yep, it is indeed topped. Your owl looks at you and says, "You want me fly up there?"
Yeah.
And he'll spread out his wings, give a strong flap, bring himself up to 30, 40 feet, look around a bit, land on the roof upside down, tilt his head up towards you, tilt it, flip
I
around,
will
flap his
start
wings,
But
land back
sorry,
on your shoulder.
sorry, but they can't fly.
Oh yeah.
The owl tilts his head a bit as it looks towards Nimbar, and then says to Dean, or to Alec rather, "That's a very interesting observation, but apparently incorrect."
Is it magical flight then? It doesn't work.
The owl
Lulu, can
shrugs
you
its
fly?
wings. Lulu looks cranky. She looks at Nimbar and says, "You know very well I effing can't right now. That's some bullshit."
Maybe it was just a little blip in the
In the field.
the field of effect. I imagine if it mattered, probably wouldn't have came into play.
Your owl would speak up to you. Well, boss, if we're not supposed to be able to fly, and we walk through, and I'm in this area, and I can fly, that's probably a sign of weird magic, so I'm just gonna stick it out on your shoulder.
Yeah, let's play it safe. Alright, well, I guess we can just push through this area then. Just given that nothing attacked us, I imagine this is just like bare ice or snowy walls.
Totally bare ice there.
Did you just get a surprise attack from a kitten, Kieran?
Yep. She.
It sounded like that.
If you heard the slamming sound, that's her hitting her head off of the bottom of the desk trying to laugh. Because like I was too close to the desk for her to have any space. She got up, but like, Kitty, come on, be careful.
Oh, that's awesome. The cat Patches used to run and slam her head against the bottom of the coffee table's edge as she came for pets. You'd hear tunk every time, and you're like, oh. But you look down, she just looks happy, so.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, she's hanging out on my lap now, so. Trying to attack my headphone cable.
Heh.
Oh, it's like
I'll admit, that's partially why I went wireless. Walking in, as you make your way further, a room to the north off a small passageway leads to what appears to be the handle of a very large clock lying in the snow.
Okay, that was a clock handle makes probably more sense than I was going. A giant arrowhead, giant spearhead. Is that a harpoon? No, clock handle. Okay. Should we go into that room, or I think if we go to the left, we will.
Yeah, it looks like that's
Get to the
play.
stage. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Let's go this way then. See if we can save the arena stage for the finale.
As you make your way up and into this room, you can see the small back room beyond still contains some of the prep area that would have been used for actors or actresses or whatever you want to say. I usually just say actor. I'm lazy. Back of the area there, wide open. Not much else beyond that. A few chairs still remain frozen in the snow from where people used to prep themselves for the plays that would be out front.
I wonder if that clock handle is just a prop, or if we have missed a giant clock somewhere. Maybe it's in a different room. Is it buried under the?
Not as much as many other things. It sits slightly submerged in the snow, resting on the ground.
Can we? Is it pick upable?
Before we touch it, why don't we check see if it's magic?
Good idea. Yes.
Would you? Sorry, Isaac, do you mind tapping your staff, or shall I ritual cast?
I'll cast detect magic.
And with a tap of your staff, scanning over it, you do sense that it does have some form of magical property, but it seems somewhat incomplete. Like a piece broken off of something much greater than itself.
Yeah.
Do you think we should take it so we can attach it back to the other piece?
Lulu leans back on her back 2 feet, spits in one hand, spits in the other, rubs them together. You know, those two big flat areas of her. She goes, "Oh, I can do it," and then starts laughing. There's no way Lulu could do that.
Oh, this is a flux-sized problem.
It's definitely a strength-related issue, and quite heavy and large by the look of it. Most issues for that level of strength with Flux is very much easy to get around since she has, like, darn near max, but that's the way it goes in the high level. And don't mind me, I'm just clustering everyone's minis together up here so I can copy and move you all at once. Since that room's a bit wide, I can pop you all right here. I just have to delete your tokens from back up here. Saves everybody time.
Oops.
The first time John was going down that way, I was like, crud, I forgot to fill in a wall, hang on. And he just stops his mini. I'm like, I caught him in time.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would have seen this whole back area. I literally forgot the walls here. Like, oop. Sometimes you miss the simple things. That's why I always take a mini through a map after I've made it. Usually 2 or 3 times, but it's kind of fun to do that too. But I digress. This does seem to be a preparatory area for the actors, and I will say you don't sense any magic off the get-go here that would indicate some form of lost soul. But you can feel it radiating from next door. Like an itch you just can't scratch, and also incredibly powerful.
Oh god, I just noticed with the green Isaac, it kind of looks like an alien with his hands up. And now I can't not see that.
Oh, god damn it, John.
I just saw it as like a wizard with one of those cloaks behind its head. I can see the hands up alien now.
Sorry, got distracted by that and had to share.
I want to make a Twiggy Trevor alien reference from Trailer Park Boys, but that's way too dated now. Plus, not everybody's a big fan of that show, so you know. Pretty much just me. Oh.
I have seen all of Trailer Park Boys, mostly because it's, as far as I could tell, the only big piece of media that's came from Nova Scotia.
Oh, we've had a few.
In recent years, at least.
Recent years. Yeah. I was going to say, we did Pit Pony. Same actors in that.
I don't know what that is.
Awesome story about the old pit mines, and they used to take ponies down in there, and they take this one out, and it's just a really heartwarming, touching story. But they had the guy playing Jim Leahy in there as one of the main actors. It's like, obviously he's the actor who had the biggest chops with Trailer Park Boys. But I mean, as John mentioned earlier, I could easily go off track on these sort of things for hours. You all find yourselves seated comfortably in this room, and I can confirm that with a modicum of strength, you could move the giant clock hand. You would need, if you wanted to continue moving forward past here to get up onto the stage, some form of a check, at least, which is going to be athletics or acrobatics, to climb up there, if you wanted to do it quickly.
Would we be able to put that...
Yeah.
Oof.
Up, off.
Kitty claws.
Ow. She decided that I wasn't paying enough attention to her, so.
Do you see what you get?
How dare you?
Ooh.
Do you see what you get when you mess with the warrior?
God.
You get the claws.
Are we able to put that clock hand in a bag of holding?
Jane's like rubbing his chin like, yeah, I probably have room. It could fit. You could squeeze it into one, yes.
Alright, did we want to do that? That way if we find the rest of the clock?
Yeah, sounds...
Now, I will say that's a raw map asset that's built into this map, so I can't actually remove it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Use the power of imagination.
Yeah. Been there.
Oh my god, yes. It's like, we're gonna take the thing. I'm like, I am not rebuilding the map.
Dude, you're totally breaking my immersion and... No.
That's the one thing I liked about
Fine, here's a rock.
funny is you can do like you can do drawings on the map, so just like literally scribble it out.
You can make them as objects, tiles. and like move and remove them. But if you're using map making software that's placing them, like obviously that'll be in, right? Like
Yeah, I think it's probably just part of the map image itself.
Yep.
yeah.
That's
If you
why I
want
put a
something to
rock
be
on it.
removable, yeah. If you want something to be removable, you have to make a point of like adding it via Foundry, like after making the map. So.
I usually try to make the map flat background and put all the stuff
Yeah.
on it. So I always
Yeah.
have the ability to move a lot of the stuff around, but yeah,
Yeah.
a few things not so much. Especially this one, because I stole someone else's map, as I said, because I'm like, well, that's a perfect fit. I'm going to use this and be lazy for once.
Also, if you make the map flat rather than putting a ton of object tiles on it, it's better for performance because all of those objects have to be downloaded as individual assets instead of being downloaded as a you know what I mean, as like a one image file, right? So
One thing I like about Foundry is it does have a database, so it'll store a single image for the same things, and you only load the one image and repeat it. But it's still a lot of extra work. We actually, it was the ice maze I had to turn into a solid image because it was just too much.
too much, yeah. So yeah. Oh, ow! Come on, kitty.
If you take...
All right, she's going out of the room now. This is too much. All right, kitty. There's the door.
Unfortunately
Kindly
for
see yourself
Nimbar,
out. Thank you.
that's a 5-foot high stage. Nimbar's looking at it like, I can't even...
So what you're saying is Nimbar has the easiest time?
Well, I suppose Flux just pick you up. She's like 7 foot. I know you got the Misty Step.
God. Oh, you wanted to be fancy? I could have reduced you using my unlimited reduce person. You could have mage handed you up.
Oh my.
Yeah, but Misty Step just works.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. I should put a little lineage on these so they actually look like light dispersal on the statue. Neat little trick. You get the sort of effect that it blocks light from your vision. I kind of forgot about it on this one, but as you move around now, it's going to block your vision. Anyone who builds in Foundry and wants to know how to do that, I kid you not, make an X using the terrain walls. And that'll give you a perfect circular blockage. I use it for all pillars and small things all the time. Nimbar pops his way up and is greeted with that sight. You can see that beautiful statue and another one around the corner. They're fairly decent in size, and you can also see the remnants of machinations that would have been able to raise and lower them for the floor for performances. At this time, they appear raised. This area was also much grander at one point in time. Taking a glance, it looks as though the snow has been quite cruel and has blocked off half of it. The other half you've seen slightly from your vision. Your mind's eye basically being that ability from World of Warcraft, or from Warcraft 3, where you throw out an eye and look at your opponent's area. Except the opponents can't shoot it down, even though they want to. They want to so bad. I gotta put more mages with the spell magic on that. Be like, you know what? No, you're not looking at me. Poof. Now I'm looking at you. I'm gonna scry.
So I don't know how I did it, but like the first Nimbar went through the wall fine. These other ones, every time I try and move them past the little barrier, I'm getting it blocked by a wall.
Oh, I see what happened here. Because it actually is straightened off. So what I'm gonna do here, because that's a lighting effect, I can see the glitch. I selected the wrong wall. It's supposed to be one way, but it doesn't block your vision. Instead, it went in and changed it. I'm just gonna delete them. Don't need the fancified effect. There you go. You should be able to freely move through. I had it set that if you're on the stage, you can see the ground. And if you're on the ground, it gave a disruption on your vision for the stage, but that's not going to work because it reset my lights. Usually it doesn't do that, but I'm gonna be lazy and just delete them out. Everybody should be able to move around now pretty freely.
Yeah, I was able to get up. Well, in my token at least. I don't know if in the game I easily got up, but the token went fine.
If you were in the middle of a fight, it's a 5-foot drop, so that could be an issue if you get into a fight. Now, this area does radiate with magic, but you're not in the spot yet where the source would come from. You feel it's somewhere beyond this wall.
Yeah. What are these statues of?
Bellamy would speak up if she was nearby, pointing out that they're standard images of Bardric design. Each one seems to be representing a different muse of the arts from what she can tell.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
It's good luck to set these sort of things up. The ability to have them drop into the floor, however, that's some good money. And it's not even magical. Mind you, through the ice and the damage, you doubt whatever made them work would work anymore. Had to do it. You know me and my memes. I love them. Moving on, you do see a set of stairs at the end of this side. And down in front, numerous training dummies. 2 very large ones on either side, and then a number of smaller ones. You could certainly take the time to walk through them without any major trouble. They're fairly low set, but they look like they'd be great for combat training. Though, for the most part, judging by the scorch marks and the damage marks, you can tell they're used for mundane spell training. They do radiate, however, some degree of arcane power on their own, which can be confirmed by Kieran. Isaac would still have that staff active because he used Detect Magic not too long ago on that clock, right?
Yeah.
Kieran's like, booyah, freebies. You can tell that these pillars and posts have all been greatly fortified against magical damage, and spells of 5th level or lower would have no effect on them. And yeah, just like that one, which I'm going to pull. Thank you very much, Dean. Why did that not go? I'll have to do a manual copy on it. Okay.
You should really get some of those comic books for ATLA and TLOK.
I think. T-Lock. Atla and T-Lock. Oh, God. But essentially, yeah, that picture you've got, I'm trying to get it the copy over, but it glitched on me. I'll just pull it at some point. Could be used as well for physical sparring training, but judging by the look of them, mostly for magical. They also appear to be connected some form to machinations in this room as well, but again, they've long since either worn out or become hard to understand over time.
I see. So yeah, like the automated training dummies from Dune, which I haven't seen the latest film, but I've seen the other 2 pieces of cinema.
Isaac and Nimbar are both probably getting flashbacks to their college days of learning magic and training with their own specific styles and designs, though this is very much more combat oriented. Though, given that this school has been training people to take on some form of legendary monster of a dragon, there is no real surprise. 3.5 was a rougher time. The world was much more warlike.
I'll poke that training dummy with a stick, see if anything happens. It's like it springs to life, tries to maul my face off.
As you poke it with a stick, it has the effect of a sword, breaking through the cloth work that once made up the centralized form of this dummy, and a few moments later sand begins to spill out, the cloth barely holding together after so many years. It says, ow! But not really.
Oh god.
It sounded a little bit like Raymond from Everybody Loves Raymond. This is me prompting Dean.
Deborah.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Jeez, I remember that show as a good one.
Just on Netflix. Dean and I've been watching some of it.
When I worked at Sears, we played it in the background all the time, on all the TVs and electronics, all at once. But it was a good show, so I was happy.
I was gonna say you must have got sick of it by the end, though.
A little bit. I haven't watched it since, but it was really good. But I'm off topic again.
That was my fault.
Oh, no worries. I like to say, and most of these things I'll go on and on myself for hours. Training dummies everywhere. You can make your way through them as difficult terrain.
Or Misty Step.
Or Misty Step, depending on how paranoid the wizards are.
I'll work in my ear form and try and...
Nimbar makes his way around the corner and is greeted with the large auditorium he had seen through visions at the start of all of this. There's some miscellaneous things here, some nice target boards, and Kieran, you'll be able to confirm with Isaac that, again, they have the same sort of reinforcement against magic. There's also, from the stage, you can sense, is where the disruption is coming for this room, that there is an arcana presence in here, stretching its way out.
Is
Though
that
no
a book
trouble,
in that?
as you all make your way through the training dummies. And sorry, what was that, Dean?
I was just going to ask if there was a book in that podium stand, whatever it is.
Giving a glance at it, as it lays on the floor, you do see a book, and it's titled Rise of the Great Dragon, Volume 1. Though, on inspection you can tell, the book is absolutely destroyed. There's nothing left, the years and the wear and tear having destroyed what was once there. Here we go. Good thing you found the other copy, so you actually know what that book was. If you'd come down here to begin with, you would have had no idea. Lulu's going to take a casual flop and give a yawn. Having hopped off Flux's shoulders, she just gives a nod. Flops on her back a bit. She goes, "Oh, I'm getting tired. How long we've been at this? It feels like it's been years."
Yeah. Well, looks like there's some kind of storeroom back here. Probably just the remains of some wood.
Lots of wooden pallets set up in the back, and you can see a few things that would have been able to be used to fold up chairs. However, much of it has been destroyed, but at a glance, you see you could get enough of them out for the entire party. And a few extra chairs beyond that. The remainders, however, long since destroyed. There's also a couple barrels in there, and lo and behold, rumsicles.
They love their rum here. Well, I'll let the party know about that joyous discovery. The rumsicles can be restocked, and looks like some kind of wizard's table back here.
Glancing from where you presently stand, you can see behind the stage that there does appear to be something covered with a whole bunch of things from way back where you are.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can describe it at a glance. You're like, that's a little bit of everything on there, isn't it?
Yeah. Do we want to activate the arcane remnant image thing, vision? I'm not sure what we're calling them. Do that first, or do we want to poke around first?
Give me another one of those for Nimbar. And then give me a concentration check and one more.
Ooh,
Jeez.
spicy.
Well, this is another nat 20 for today.
Good thing they're popping up. And then a concentration check.
Oh.
Yeah?
By concentration, you mean Constitution saving check?
Yeah, it's your concentration check as if somebody was throwing off magic that you were concentrating on.
I think I have advantage, correct?
We do
So
Warcaster thing?
Warcaster?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have Warcaster, but I'm not concentrating on a spell, so am I making that advantage? Or no?
It is essentially that you're concentrating on a spell. The DM just hasn't told you what's going on yet. He's waiting for the rolls to drop. One of those situations where nothing done on the in-betweens will matter. Wonderful. And give me one more Arcana skill check. Alrighty. As your character starts to tap into the magic, you feel yourself being drawn into it. The incredible power is incredibly overwhelming. You manage to hold off the drain from yourself with your amazing 20 roll on your Arcana. You feel you just squeaked by on that one, once again, beating the odds, even though they were stacked against you. You manage to pull back just enough and hold the spell through raw concentration as you continue your Arcana magic. To discover, this room would require a 10th level spell.
Oh.
All wizards and anybody else with Arcana on the team are more than welcome to do a check now. For
So
Arcana.
opening the book, probably. Huh.
Oh, jeez. I saw a 1 dropping. And then it flips to a 19, and I'm like, damn it! Stop rolling! Damn it! Stop rolling high! I'm gonna have to teach y'all what a fight soon just so we see you roll low.
Today is Nimbar's Arcana Day.
Same with Isaac, both of you kicking butt the whole time. Isaac and Nimbar look each other, snap fingers and point at each other and say, 2 level 9 spells. If 2 level 9 spells cast in tandem would unlock this room.
Oh, It's pricey. Oh, I can still cast a level 9 spell.
I haven't used my book yet, and I don't think I've used my spell slot either.
I've already been
Oh,
a
have you-
dragon today, so
I've used
I'm
my
all
level
in.
9 spell, so I can still use the book, though. So, actually, wait. Jade, do you still have a use on the cube?
That broken
I have 1 use left.
So the question becomes, how much do you
And
want? Nope.
with the way the magic is running rampant in here, there's a chance that draining the cube could break it.
That's fair. All right.
The DM will say, even though he kind of grumbled that at the time because of the object's weird powers, probably not much of a risk. That would be very unfair of me. Though I appreciate that level of extra caution and leaving that open to me. I was just surprised it lets you cast Gate, not the cube. That's mind-boggling for an item to let a player drop a 9th level like that. But, hey. It was one of those moments, yeah, it works, but hang on, what is this bullcrap? Oh.
All right. Well, why don't I use my book? Isaac, you cast your 9th level spell, and we'll do it that way.
Okay. I'll, fair enough, I'll do that.
Yeah. Okay, so Alan has just confirmed the cube won't break.
Okay.
So why don't we save his 9th level slot in case we need a wish?
That's fair.
Yeah, I kind of said snarky in the other game. Well, maybe if you use them all up, it'll break. But that was me just, being like, what the frig is that item? I like it, though. It's a fun item. It's just, wow, I didn't know it let the player cast it. That's kind of cool. It won't break, though, from use right now. I mean, the flip of that is magic is surging, so using magic at all is always a risk. So that's entirely a different story, though. So, keeping that, Jade would be able to cast it, and Nimbar would be able to cast it, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I use the Tome of the Still Tongue.
Lulu's going to take a few steps over towards Jade as you're getting ready. She's going to be like, hang on a sec. Let me see bag of holding number 2. And she's going to reach into said bag after Jade passes over and she stumbles around. She goes, you'll have a problem, Jade. When you were putting that big old order in and I was snuffing down as much corn as I could get my hands on. She leans up her head. By the way, it doesn't digest well. Looks back in the bag. I added a little something to the order. Don't mind me. I was just a little bit fun. But I mean, when you were ordering in the millions, I figure you wouldn't notice 1 or 2 gold above. And she pulls out what appears to be a small little plaid box. Walks over, takes a flop down. She goes, I wanted something that will keep really hot food hot and really cold food cold. And I told the guy, don't you be tricking me. It has to do both at once. And he's like, no problem. You go ahead, you cast your spell, because I'm going to say we are going to get really lucky or really unlucky. And if that's going to happen, I'm going to enjoy me a little spot of tea. As she cracks the box open, you see it looks like a picnic container. Steam goes out through the air. A fresh little lunch is set up there. At a glance, you can all smell things. Some of your favorite foods might even be in there. Lulu picks up a little thermos, cracks the top off with her trunk, pours a little bit in a little mug, and of course offers some to anybody else who'd want some while she sits back and sips on her tea. And just gives a nod.
Yes.
Nimbar will
Thank you.
definitely have some tea.
And it's a nice regular Earl Grey. Hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that.
Make it so.
Yeah. So, Isaac, do you want to cast it? Because, like, with my book, right, the Tomb of the Still Tongue, I can cast any 9th level spell that I have in my spell book. Right?
Okay. Sure, I don't mind.
Oh, wasn't Jade going to use Gate for it, though?
You said 2 9 level spells.
You said 2 9, so they're
Yeah.
trying to determine who's the other person. I'm
Oh.
going to gate the 9th.
Oh,
and then
sorry.
need
I
a
thought
second
you were
9th level
saying...
spell.
My apologies. I thought you were saying you were going to have Nimbar do the book, The Still Tongue, and then try to figure out the other one. I got confused. Don't mind me.
Yeah, I don't mind.
No, they're just debating on whether he should cast a spell from using his spell slot and save his use of the distilled tongue, or if we should just use the distilled tongue and save his spell slot.
I'll cast a spell.
So Kieran's going to drop a 9th level spell with Jade. Or Isaac with Jade, rather.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, as you both go to cast your spells, as the magic starts to twine into the room, I'm assuming you let the power go to that instead.
Yep.
Letting the power of your 2 9th level spells drain down. The room seems to visibly darken for a moment. You can hear shushing and hushing sounds from all around you before the stage explodes in brilliant light as you see dozens of actors set upon it, all standing at the front of the stage. They give a firm bow, step back, and go off. And yeah, as you might imagine at that point, the show begins. Lulu gives a big smile on her face as she looks up and she says, "Oh, we're gonna get dinner and a show, look at that. Oh, this is awesome." And you can hear the crowds around you, people appearing, seated in seats of ghostly images. And from the front, you can clearly see bands getting ready, music starting up. And you're all in turn to see a wonderfully large play beginning. So what do you all do? Lulu flops down and she's like, "Oh my god, we got it, okay, it's a big play," and stumbles her way towards the front.
Alec will put out the seats you mentioned from the storeroom. If this is going to be a long one, he'll put out the seats.
Oh, it's definitely going to be a long one.
Yeah. He will try and assess which one is the most sturdy when given a chair to Flux, just because of sheer size.
You stack two together, but you don't notice.
Flux is not gonna watch the show. She's probably just gonna watch behind everyone. And just keep an eye, and just in case something tries to sneak up on them.
Alrighty. I'm going to pop Bellamy right up in the front, because she'd probably be chilling at the front going, "Oh, this is awesome, I want to see this."
Jade would probably be with Flux just for the blind sense in case that invisible guy comes back.
Yeah.
Glancing around with your blind sense, you don't pick up much of anything. Though, as the show starts, you see it's actually being put on by some of the students you've already seen. Some of them are even sitting in the front rows watching. It definitely seems to be a school performance as they begin their story. A nice relaxing moment for the players, as it were. So we got Jade and Flux chilling in the back. Who's all grabbing a seat and watching the show relaxed? Because
I'll
Lulu's
grab a
sitting there
seat.
with a lovely cup of tea. Alrighty, so I'll move both of the Isaacs to the front row as well, just because he had a nice view that way.
Nimber's gonna kind of watch from like this point.
Lulu wants corner seat. She's like, "I got a really good view of the stage from here. I can't wait." And she's hopping on her feet. a little bit. She's never seen her look quite so excited in a bit.
I will put my back to a wall and kind of sit side on and watch it from the side, so I have a view of everything. You know, when you kind of like when you get the awkward guest spot at someone's house and it's like kind of in view of the but you need to turn awkwardly to see it.
Your 45-degree pitch.
Yeah.
That being said, given the length of the auditorium, you can see, as it used to circle around considerably larger, that some pieces of this aren't entirely visible. But fortunately, where you all sit and where you view is the main area of the stage, as the band pipes in and plays, and as the scenes begin. What about our Nimbars?
I stated earlier they're going to be about there.
Alrighty, so you're going to be chilling, sitting back, waiting to see what happens. Well,
Yes,
as the old sayings goes, the show must go on. I'm going to do a 15-minute jump, just to represent the overall time. The first act comes and goes with an incredibly built close, though Bellamy points out at one point, every now and again, she's like, I would have done that a little different. They're not projecting very well at this point. They really need to work on that. But that's actually quite impressive given their skill levels. Oh, I really love how they did that. Oh, look at that. They really nailed that character's arc really well. The development of, oh, this is amazing. They do a great job with their performance. The audience seems quite enraptured by it, clapping happily between scenes. But what might really draw the party's attention is the special effects. Because as the second act kicks in, they meet their dragon. The mighty beast rises up from the very floor of the auditorium, floating through, coming here and landing with a brilliant roar, face stretching across the front rows. Lulu's eyes going wide as she leans back and looks somewhat starstruck. Oh my word, look at that thing, that's most, you see those, he looks so awesome, look at those, oh my god, and it's definitely got the bite on the roar, oh that's so awesome, he's the best. Lulu spends a good chunk of the rest of the play bragging up this dragon, impressed by its skill, its talent, and even its acting ability. It's quite interesting to see a red dragon act, hamming it up for scenes, spinning around 3 times on one foot before flopping on its back as if dead. Though, the scene carries on, even to the point that from behind, Jade and Flux, a second dragon flies overhead and lands on the stage, and the 2 dragons roar at each other as they enter combat. The ground trembles under your feet. The action truly spectacular for such a play. This continues for some time. The show itself takes another hour at least. I'm just going to push another 45 minutes so you get the complete time as we near midnight. The show does come to a successful close. Characters doing well as they come to the edge of the stage and bow, smiling and laughing. You then could only imagine that the curtains would draw to a close before the whole thing simply started up once again. Lulu taking a moment to wipe a tear from one of her eyes. That was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Oh my word, I can't believe it. You did really good too, Bellamy, don't get me wrong, but that dragon, oh, he's so cool. You see them fangs, the teeth, the claws? He made the ground shake, so strong.
Were we able to make out the color of the second dragon?
Both of them would be reds.
Did we get a sense of whose perspective we were seeing this from?
At the very front and center, you can see the director themselves. Back on to the actors. Front on to the audience, waving his stick to direct the choir while directing the actors. Their incredible keen sense of this play that they've put on so many times practically gives them eyes in the back of their head, as you notice only some of the actors are slightly without description, but most of them filled out quite well. probably the ideal position to see practically everything all at once.
Huh. Do we, Okay, so if it's from the point of view of the director, we probably don't get to see what they look like, because then would we see their face?
Not entirely clearly for
Yep.
the most part. A few of the main actors you do catch, however. The main hero of this story, the one who befriended the dragon, the one who fought so hard, was that one who definitely mastered the two-bladed technique, who unfortunately lies dead now. But it looks like they were quite popular, as they were the main character, and they get a lot of cheers and jeers whenever they're on stage. And true to form, every now and again you might notice their eyes drifting across, as they'd catch once in the blue, his head buried in a notebook, a certain wizard continuing to sketch, though, to his credit, every now and again his head would lift up to look toward the stage. But like everyone else in the audience, only his belongings, possessions, those things that stood out so greatly to the director of this play, mind you. Those were the only things remembered. You can barely even tell that the book would be the same spell book. But that long hair, draped down to his neck, stands out as a unique defining character trait. Apparently too lazy to cut it. Bellamy might point that out, as it was never well kept on any of the times you've seen it.
These guys must have been insanely powerful if they're not worried about two red dragons being here. Right, I know there's an alliance between the dragons and the school, but still, one bad temper away from a lot of damage.
Yep.
Lulu give a bit of a laugh. Well, it's the arts. I wouldn't be surprised. Some beings, they view them, especially dragons, they're so pragmatic. They might be in love with the arts. But, oh, that was such a nice show. I'm happy they all worked together in the end. It definitely made my day.
And while dragons, like red dragons particularly, can have their tempers, they are intelligent enough to, you know what I mean, to know when, to hold themselves back when it serves their best interests. So.
Oh, yeah. And they totally like money, so if they were paying them, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Now, the play does go on repeat at this point, so... It's up to the party what you do now. Lulu gives a nod and says, "That director, his skill is just too awesome. We can't leave him suffering here." Of course, she says that about everybody you bump into in this area.
Is there? Here's a thought. Is there anything going on in the back room while this Arcana image is going?
You can see the ghostly figments of people running back there, grips for the stage, working on lighting or any other number of things, though when I say ghostly figures, I truly mean that. They are barely visible. They do a wonderful job of staying hidden, and they did not strike a chord, apparently, in the director's memory, as they are little more than silhouettes doing a perfect job in the background. The same can be said for the back room here, which would be at best, at that time, a coat rack for holding people to drop off clothes or anything like that. A coat check.
Yep. Pretty much like what Jade and Flux are doing is like you do a scan of the room, like of the crowd and stuff. Is there anything else that seems unusually prevalent that piqued the director's interest?
You're all more than welcome to give a perception check on that one. Except Lulu, she's watching the show again. Like, oh, look, here we go again. Oh yeah, I can't wait. What? This scene right here. Oh, there he is. And the dragon pops up back on stage. Lulu's like, yeah, there he is. That's the hero of today. Oh no.
There's the
man.
balance. There's the balance.
Jade, rubbing his jaw, looking around, notices most of the actors on the stage and the people in the first row. So those would be the focus of the director. But beyond that, it's hard to pick any one specific person. Admittedly, that dragon, oh, you can see every detail of every scale, every pore, every edge of it. It either terrified the director or left one hell of an impression.
I wonder if both the dragons are real, or if one of them's real and the other's a projection. Although, here's a question for the nerds.
Lulu's gonna look at Alec though. She's gonna be like, really? It came up through the floor. I'm pretty sure that's not a real dragon.
It could be using, like, you know, it could be going like ethereal or something, and this is ancient magic, we don't know what it's using.
That's fair. Hold on a second though. She starts rummaging through Jade's bag. Hold on, give me a hundred. Pulls out a bundle of roses, just starts throwing them on stage. if I don't know, but still, it was pretty awesome. Keeps doing it.
Yeah. If it took 2 9th levels to dispel this, no, to activate this, what would it take to dispel it?
Raw? 20.
20.
Right? Because it's 10 plus the spell level, right, John?
Right, okay.
I go to
didn't know if
John
there was
for my
just-
references sometimes for fun. Sorry.
I thought maybe this would be a kind of maybe some special circumstances going on here, but that's achievable.
Raw.
Raw.
10th level magic doesn't really exist in 5th though, so we're on an interesting little slidey scale here.
We assume that it's going to be a 20.
Yeah.
We don't know for a fact. But we can definitely try it.
Is there anything else somebody can think to do before we dispel the image? I mean, short of looking around, I'm not too sure what else can be done. No.
Yeah.
A long rest in case the Godslayer breaks free and we have to fight him.
Well, does sound like a sensible idea.
Yeah.
On the other hand, though, we really want a long rest when there's an invisible planetar out there for our blood. I mean, he jumped you when you're by yourself, so even if we keep a couple of people on watch, there's still how many of us sleeping? Although with the I don't know if that would stop a planetar. They're super strong, are they not?
So strong. Very strong, and they're hunting for you.
They're probably like at the level of power where like sleeping, drinking, breathing doesn't really apply to them.
Lulu looks back over her shoulder towards Alec, gives a nod. Oh yeah, no, you're spot on. They're pretty much indistinguishable from just a friggin' statue in that regard. However, keep something in mind, my friend. He ran away from you.
That's true.
She nods, looks back to the stage, enjoying her show. Lulu's in a really good mood because she's enjoying the show and cheering on over and over for that awesome dragon that she loves.
Okay, well, how long have we been in here? This
A little bit over an hour at this point. Or do you mean this dungeon in general?
the dungeon in general, because I think we've went pretty much all over the place.
You've almost hit a full day's worth here.
Right.
Because it's 11:45 in game, and you would have started at like 8 a.m. near this area.
Okay.
Or something like that.
We're probably due a rest.
How does wish work?
I wish. ... Insert spell. 8th level or lower, the DM just gives it to you, I think.
Yeah.
I haven't read it in a while, but thank you, Kieran.
It's essentially it's 8th level or lower spell from any class. You can also try to create an effect that you desire, but they give you the whole DM latitude of like the DM can interpret or like monkey's paw it. Also,
sorry, let me summarize.
Yeah.
Let me just summarize what I mean.
Yeah.
Can I cast a 3rd level spell at 8th level using Wish?
Yes, I looked that up. You can.
You can.
Well,
Yeah.
you'd be casting an 8th level spell. It's just Fireball.
Okay. That's what I kind of assumed. Because...
That'd be a huge
What
nerf on it otherwise, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, John. I wouldn't assume anything without it. It's good you asked.
yeah, no. Yeah.
Hold on, let me break out the Encyclopedia of Rules. I got this one. It came up 3 weeks ago.
Because thinking about that, Alec is absolutely right. There is a planetar who's a celestial being hunting us. There is a known spell, Magic Circle, that will keep it out.
I have a Rod of Security.
Ooh.
Oh. What's that do?
I create an extra dimensional place, and I can take up to 199 willing creatures into said space for an amount of... Let me just double check.
Plus we have the tiny hut, too.
Visitors can remain in the paradise that I create for up to 200 days, divided by the number of creatures present, rounded down.
Lulu is going to speak up at that point. You said extra dimensional space?
Yes?
Extra planar space.
Oh, that's even worse. That ain't gonna work. We can't travel over planes. Lulu's no mage, but she brings up a good point. With planar travel being disabled.
We have seen demi-plane work, though.
That's fair.
Since this all started.
I mean, I just, again, surprised that there's just not a gadget that Jade doesn't have at this point.
Oh,
I didn't even know that was an item in the game.
If
it's a really good one.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if demiplanes work as well, I have Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion.
Do we have room for that in this place, though?
Yeah,
that's right.
You create an entrance to it. You create a 5-foot wide, 10-foot tall door that leads.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm not offering up Darren's Instance Fortress, because we don't have space.
Yeah, Magnificent Mansion creates the mansion, like the door, and then while closed, the doors and while closed, the portal's invisible. Beyond it is a magnificent foyer with numerous chambers beyond. The atmosphere is clean, fresh, and warm. You can decide floor plan, blah blah blah. There's a banquet, like it has all sorts. It's basically like a cozy resting spot, and it has servants in it. It lasts for like I think 24 hours before disappearing, something like that.
I mean, if you guys
we
want-
have these options, but the point was made that planar travel is not possible.
Yeah.
So that's something we have to be aware of. This could fail or backfire in our base.
Yeah. We have the circle as an option still, right? Like that was the thing that got brought up first.
Yeah, but that's third level. If you up it to 8, that's only 5 hours.
I'm fine with tiny hut because it's less.
So
We're not using as many resources, and it doesn't fuck with time and space. It's literally just a little dome.
But the thing we're trying to achieve right now is keeping the planetar out, right? Like,
He can't go in it.
is Tiny Hut
Isn't
just
it?
totally fortified?
It really
Yeah.
is.
I thought
Very
so.
few things can get through it. Dragon breath can get through it.
Yeah,
I
Dragon's
think
Breath-
the only creatures that are allowed in it is the ones that John designates if he's the one casting it.
Yeah.
Wow, Tiny Hut's really powerful for a 3rd level ritual spell.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
so OP. The only time I ever got players with it was in a dungeon, and I had goblins just keep coming and putting stones on top of their tiny hut. And they're like, why are they doing that? And then eventually I say, you can no longer see outside your tiny hut. The wizard's like, oh no.
no.
Smart goblins.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
They had their How to Kill Adventurers handbook on them.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like they use the dome. Put the rocks on it.
I still think we should keep watch because like shit like that, but like
Yeah.
it's much safer than not.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
now I'm looking up the Rod of Security. It doesn't create a demi-plane, which is also different from a plane of existence. It creates an extra planier space, which in and of itself is devoid from the multiverse. That's a little different than traveling to a different plane of existence, or than traveling to a different world or dimension, you know, like going to one of the different circles of hell. So that would actually probably work just fine.
Oh, actually, sorry to clarify, Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion is also an extra-dimensional dwelling.
Yep.
So.
Because they put a description for demi-plane, extra dimensional space, and all those things have very specific designs how they work in the rules. If I cut off too many of them, making it so you can't travel between planes of existence, that's one thing. Or through the various planes in the multiverse and various multiverse places. But extraplanar spaces are a little bit special, and that would break outside the rules. So most of those spells are going to work just fine.
Now, the other thing I want to point out, we said we want to take a rest before dispelling this in case it frees the Godslayer. There's always a chance leaving this going will make it weaker, and he'll be able to get through. We don't know the clauses for the Godslayer's freedom.
Well, I think it's a case, though, of where we don't know either way. They both are a risk of freeing him, but in one case, we recover our resources, right? Like, so...
But then the point goes, if what John says is true, and leaving this running will allow him to escape, how long? Will we get the full rest to recover our resources if this running allows him to escape?
Yeah.
Alright, well, I mean...
Again, these are all hypotheticals. Like,
yeah.
We are now theory crafting.
Yeah.
Well, Alan's sitting there scribbling in his notebook.
Yeah.
There's
a chance that, like, what happened was a one-off situation because of that very specific instance, and, like, doing either of them has zero chance to free him. You know what I mean? So
this is true too.
But
I mean,
John's
like,
right though. I am scribbling in a notebook, but I'm also taking pictures of the final dungeon, so you know.
Although I definitely will say sometimes as a DM you have that thing where like a player suggests, "Oh, what if blah blah blah," and you stop for a moment and then you like scratch something out and you write down what you said.
Yeah. There's also like the like when I first checked it, like it was tried to grab me in there. Remember, so. Because it was a 10th level spell required, like...
Well, we have to try something, so... there was the very good point of, that, yes, if we rest and he is able to break through while it's running, he very well could be gone and causing huge problems somewhere by the time we're out, so that is a concern. So it might be safer to try and dispel it now.
Well... Let's just try it just now because we're all awake.
Yeah.
We're all on high alert. We're a little bit tapped, but we're still in a relatively good spot. So let's give it a go.
Give it the good old college try.
Yeah. So I think I've got the highest modifier.
I still have a bunch of 3rd level spells. So why don't I just try it?
Yep. Okay. Cool. I was going to ask, would guidance? No, because it's not an. Is it an ability check?
It is an ability check.
All right. Cool. Well, I'll guide you then. For the dispel.
All right.
Totally works. Works on counterspell too, by the way.
Other than you have to pre-have that because kind of reactive.
You got to be really ready for that yeet. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So you give us a roll with the guidance on toe.
Well, I guess then if you make yourself a counter spell bot, you could just use your action to give yourself guidance. Or if you're a sorcerer, you could use bonus action.
Oh, and the thing is, guidance is concentration, right? Like, it's up to a minute, so you could, like, cast it and you have it until... Well.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so
Anyway.
Yeah, sorry.
Want to save me a little bit of time. Everyone except the front row, which is, well... Yeah, everyone except Lulu, give me a perception check as this spell is cut out.
Oh, Max, Lulu. Poor Lulu, her play is gonna drop right before the good part.
No. The dragon's like about to roar or do something great, and it just cuts out.
Sorry, I must have picked you up wrong. No one in the front row does it. Just everyone. I thought it was
just
the front
Lulu
row was
can't.
doing it. Right. Okay.
Because she's still too enraptured with the play. I'm just gonna roll one for Bellamy here.
Bellamy may still be too enraptured. That would be a Bellamy thing.
So, Alec and Jade, you both will be able to perform freely, so go ahead and give me a roll for initiative.
Uh-oh.
Because as the magic slowly shacks out, and the light dies and the crowds dissipate, the look on Lulu's face changes somewhat from happiness and excitement to one somewhat of fear because of everything that disappears. One creature does not. As you see the ghostly image of a dragon on the stage remains behind, turning its head slowly with a smile, strictly through thematics, as those of you who did not pass are now under the surprise condition. Everyone essentially except Alec. Alec and...
I never did roll for copy number. The copies.
Give me their rolls as well, because you'll have to find out if they're under surprise.
I got
This is the group punishment for rolling so good today.
I didn't roll anything today, so I feel like this is unjust.
That's fair. That's fair.
I got a 5 on my gift of alacrity dice, so I should. Is there any way for me to edit that myself, or is it
I can manually
DM power
edit.
thing?
I don't think there's any way to do it easy. You got a 5 on it? All right, give me a second here.
I just feel bad asking all the time, but I don't think there's anywhere.
Is everyone else allowed to roll initiative, or do we have to wait?
Oh, definitely roll in for initiative. You'll just be under surprise for the first round.
Sorry, you get a 1d8, correct?
Yep.
I wonder, does this work?
That's weird. It's still showing as invisible in my combat order here. Don't mind me. I have to re-add this person to the initiative order and fix their initiative. That isn't actually what they got for initiative. It just, for some reason, wouldn't make them visible, so I have to put them back in.
I did not mean to roll all of them. I am so sorry. Please ignore that.
I'm back.
Oh, man. You just really want to go first. We get it.
I literally don't even know what I did.
Oh my god.
Alright.
That's really funny.
Just one. Just the 5. That's the only one that counts. So it's a 19 for initiative for Flux.
Alright, 1 second here. Let me see if it caught that. It got you to 14. Let me update that to the 19. There we are. Oh, shoot. You do not have a 1,915. I'm just putting a number after the number so I can sort better.
I mean, I'll take it if that's alright with you.
Kieran, did you roll for your initiatives?
I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Give me a second.
Let me see here.
Oh, there it is, yeah. Sorry, I must have just had a brain fart there.
Perfect. I'll roll Lulu. Hey, she did really well.
Roll a combat check.
What? Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot. I mean, he's just going to run away as fast as he can.
5 feet at a time.
Something I will say is it's 146, and I do actually have after this.
Oh, yeah,
So-
I figure we're not going to get too much into this fight.
Okay.
It's going to be a nice little taste at the very
Oh, yeah.
start, because next week is going to be an entertaining one, because I still have a little bit left here. But I know we've only got 15 minutes. Don't worry.
Yep.
So
Okay.
I'll click the begin button as this mighty dragon raises up its powerful head to stare at the party. Jade and Alec have a moment to do stuff beforehand. Alec goes first, though, thanks to that boost up.
Ellen,
Yo,
I have a Hail Mary, if you'll let me.
what's up?
Would you consider... Could I use Indomitable for that perception check? No, that's a saving throw. Never mind. Don't even
Alright.
listen to me.
No worries. I was about to look up Indomitable to be like, let's see.
No.
Save
sorry.
me a step. Okay. Alrighty.
Okay. I will. I just had the spell up I was going to do, and I scrolled away like a idiot. No, here we go. Found it again. I will bonus action enter my starry form. I will enter the form of the dragon, and I will then cast a sunbeam for my action. Unnecessary laser noises.
I hope it actually sounds exactly like that too. Like a person going to
There you go. I'll roll a sound effect run for you.
Hey, there we go. So it's a line. Oh, I guess I would be able to angle it away from the party. I can move if needs be. But it's like a line spell, so I would have aimed it for the dragon and avoiding my party, ideally. Otherwise, it's a real dick move. Sorry, Lulu, this is where it ends.
Gotta maximize the DPS at all costs.
So that's going to be a con save. In just 1 second, I have to double check on one thing.
Yeah.
Make sure he doesn't have an ability I didn't know he had or not. You know how it goes.
Yep.
Good.
I
he
don't know
does
if this plays into it, but undead and Uzis have disadvantage on saving throws for this.
not. Oh, lovely.
Probably doesn't make much difference asking a dragon to do a con save though, but it's been a while since I've cast a spell like this.
Hey, sometimes even I fail. Let me just take a look at Sunbeam, because that's some wicked high damage, right?
It's only a 25. It's 68, and I rolled incredibly low. Yep. Only 2 of those d8s were above a 5. Which is kind of upsetting. But if it fails its con save, it's blinded until the next turn, which...
It roars in pain as its head whips back. Let me just take a look at Blinded.
I guess probably like get some fancy pants true sight or something.
Perfect. So, in reference to like the giant bat Grimlock, which is a creature that does not have sight but has blind sight with no negative effects, the dragon roars in pain as the damage strikes it for how much damage? 25 points of radiant damage. It doesn't seem to hit it any harder, but it roars out as it says, "I do not need eyes to see you, mortal." The blind sight range on a dragon, as you are very much aware, since you were a gold dragon for a little while there, is most likely giving it the capacity to still see you despite that.
Okay, I will...
I literally had to look that one up on the fly. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's okay. He's got blind sight.
Yeah. I will. You know what? I'm away from everyone else. So if it comes after me, that means at least everyone else will be fine. So I'll stay where I am, and that'll end my turn. If I can use my owl as an object, I will just place him on the ground 5 foot away from me, so he can run away better. But that's me. if that's allowed.
Kamashag
I
got
thought
a
he
20,
could-
but Kamashag's surprised.
I thought he could fly.
I'd still try to put him away from me, who's just moved myself a big target. We'll see how it
No.
goes.
I mean, I get it. I get why you're doing
Yeah.
it, but
Do the interact with objects, set him down. It's okay. He's just blinking a few times. Who? Who's who? Woo! Looking at the dragon. Maybe he can fly.
Definitely.
We'll find out once he's done his. Next turn.
Yeah.
Anything-
No, that's me. I'll hit the end turn.
Alrighty.
Oh, there is one more thing. As it says, it doesn't need eyes. I'll just say, I will watch this, and just stick my finger up at it.
It chuckles. Mortals. Jade's up.
Feline swiftness,
What's the range on your blind sight?
10.
Perfect. Because as you start your turn and you begin to move, you feel a chill up your back. Because not half a moment prior, something dangerous landed behind you. The other dragon from the play
Bollocks.
is in the room behind you.
Guys, it was a real dragon.
Oh god.
I knew it!
Oh man. We had 2 beholders, we had 2 white dragons, now we've got 2 ghost dragons.
Well, the white dragons were more of a warm-up for a kraken battle.
That's true, yeah.
This one, however, well, this is a completely different beast.
Yep.
Jade's turn. You got a plan for that?
No.
Yes. Yes. I finally got the surprise for once. It took me like 3 years.
It's alright. My owl's hiding place has just been ruined.
My mind didn't register the fact that 2 dragons were in the play, that there might be 2 dragons to fight.
What are the chances that both dragons would be angry enough to have ghosts each? I mean... oh no, wait. So
You can
red dragons.
Yeah, you can understand now why the director would have had such a vivid vision of the dragons. Because they were actually there. Staying the heck away from Jade until now. Well, mostly away from everybody. Though, this whole thing, I will admit, would have been spoiled if Jade was a front row seat. He would have been like, wait, Blind Sense says that's a real dragon. So I was like, where are you going, Jade? I'm staying back here at Flux. And I literally did a yes as DM. But I mean, that's just, you know, sometimes you have to be happy when these things happen. I'm not out to kill you, but I need to make it a challenge.
it. You appreciate getting your traps to work occasionally.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I love it.
We ruin a lot of them.
That's half the fun.
do.
I do enjoy when you spoil a trap.
Increase blindsides. Note to self: increase blindside range.
Oh, yeah.
Somehow.
Thank God this was an auditorium with like 50-foot ceilings. They're always as tall as they are wide, and this one's, let me take a look here, like 30 at least by a glance. Oh my God, almost 100 foot. It's not that tall. Well, frigate it is. These dragons are gonna have fun today.
Okay.
I'll go with my original plan since I can't think of anything else. I'll feline swiftness.
Bring yourself up to the stage, lickety-quick. Driving behind the great beast as it rears up its head. And you notice it turning down towards those in the front row, and Lulu has a somewhat worried look on her face as the dragon is breathing and prepping a ghostly breathe weapon.
No, don't you freaking dare, it's Christmas.
The dragon from behind as well is doing the same.
Remember how we were saying tiny hut's good for a lot of things? This would not work for that.
We would have been absolutely whomped.
DM even says beforehand, not dragon's breath. That'll get you. That was my one big warning.
So let's just wait for the mortals to go to sleep.
My only opportunity to ever pull that on Tiny Hut, and it just slipped past me. Oh well.
Okay, I know what I'm doing.
Jade rushes up to the dragon and uses Honeysickle for an attack.
Stabby.
With a 17, as you feel yourself stumbling on the stage, thinking, oh god, how could I? Your blade still finds home, slicing against the dragon's back. However, despite the magical, powerful properties of Honeysickle, as you draw your blade across it, you feel that the damage is resisted. So you go ahead, roll up your damage rolls for that, though. 17 is a hit. Ten points of piercing damage with Honeysickle to the dragon.
And I will bonus action. On Lulu. I cast Sanctuary on Lulu.
Alrighty, so you put Sanctuary on Lulu at the end of your turn. Kamashag looks up for a brief moment, because following your turn, and turns his head to the side like, oh no! As it goes to the ghost dragon's turn, rears up its head. Lulu looks up, blinks and frowns a bit and says, well, I suppose if it was going to be something to finally take me down, this is as good a way to go as any. Its breathe weapon charges as it releases its terrifying breath. It turns its head at the last second, seemingly specifically to avoid Lulu, striking instead you three. 4, rather. As its terrifying breath is released, which I'm in a good mood, so I'm going to reveal to everybody. I'm going to need Constitution saving throws, DC 21, from the 4 of you.
Ooh, con saves. You do not see them a lot for breath weapons.
Now I'm gonna use Indomitable.
Yep. Oh, wow. That came out of nowhere for Nimbar.
Fortunately,
wow.
I don't have my... Oh, wow! Okay,
The 20's dropping like mad. Oh god. Poor Isaac. He's going to take the brunt of that.
I rolled a... But I rolled a...
Poor copy, Nimbar.
What? My dice showed me roll a 20, and then it
That was
didn't
Flux's
give me the same
dice.
result in the feed. Okay.
Flux's
Yeah.
dice that came up
So-
into 3D got the 20 because she got her Indomitable. Yours popped up right
Yeah.
after.
Yeah, sometimes it also will land on a number, and then that's the number it gets, but then another die will hit it, and it will turn over.
yeah.
But the
Oh,
result
yeah.
doesn't change. Yeah.
Well, you can all see how much the damage is worth for that. And I'm just going to do a roll on my side for that and do a reveal. 28 points of damage, or half as much. It's also cold damage, I believe.
So we're resistant to that.
Yep, so that's a nice boon in this battle. However, those of you who have failed, which is... Let me just double check here.
Me.
Copy
Isaac
Nimbar.
and Copy Nimbar. I'm just going to pop open this, and I'm going to put this on your character to show that you are frightened of the dragon in front of you. Lulu, however, seems somewhat surprised. She blinks and looks up, big smile. Ah, he let me live! I'm not fighting this guy, And I'm going
So it's 7. Sorry, I just wanted to double check. I just applied the damage. It is 7, right? Because half
you
of
take-
28 is 14, and then half of 14 is 7.
Yeah, you don't take much from that.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure I did my math right, because I already applied the damage, so I just didn't want to be wrong about that.
I love that new number in the bottom corner that shows how much damage you've taken. It shows on mine for the Ghost Dragon as well, but where we're practically out of time, the only thing that remains is the other Ghost Dragon's turn. It's not showing it as visible, which is a bit of a kicker because it's supposed to. But it has a 19, but it's slower than Flux, but everyone's under surprise. We'll do the next Dragon's Breathe weapon next game. However, I will say as it releases, due to the fact that Lulu spent her entire time cheering these two red dragons on, their egos seem to be stoked. And this one's breathe weapon as well is not going to be swung at Lulu. Though, you can expect her to not be an active participant in this battle. Let me just control click on that a little bit. There we go. Yeah, he's going to blast the other dragon with it. Oh my word. Because it's each creature, so it's going to have to make a saving throw against the damage as well. But
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead.
The other thing I want to point out is with the terrified condition, even though we're surprised, we still get to make the save at the end of our turns,
Oh, yeah, definitely. That'll kick in.
which is really good considering it's a good way to waste a surprise round.
Yep. I'm going to leave it sitting on the dragon because Isaac and Flux both get runs before then, so that's a good way
No,
to
I
get
don't.
through it.
I was going to say I'm surprised.
Yeah, but you do get that
selfish-
save.
I'm not frightened, am I? I passed
Oh,
the
no.
save.
No, she passed.
You succeeded. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's got like a
Let's-
31.
Let's
Yeah.
let Flux have her turn then. Before
I
we
can't
go.
do
If-
anything. I'm surprised. I was just gonna ask if you could cycle
Oh,
through, so
sorry.
I'm not surprised at the beginning of the next game.
Yep. I got that a little mixed. You do get rolls
It's
on your
okay.
turn there, though, despite being surprised against these abilities. So we'll jump on those at the start of Isaac's turn next round.
That's okay with everyone. I know Kieran has to go somewhere, but I didn't
yeah.
think it would take us too long to get through one round.
Yeah.
So, well, given most of the people whose actions can be taken have went.
Well, exactly.
Yep. I kind of just left it here because I have to roll the dragon's breathe weapon and all that and see where it affects for fear and all that. It'd be a little bit of a process, actually. Though, if you and
Well,
Isaac...
you don't have to.
Though, do you?
Yeah.
You're not afraid. Isaac's the only one who is. Okay, Kieran, give me a roll for Isaac to see if you can get over that fear effect, the terrified.
So I thought the other dragon was going before me because Copy Isaac is the next one to go. I
Yep.
thought the other
Oh,
dragon
that's-
went before me, right?
No, that's who I meant. Copy Isaac. The other ghost dragon has a 19 on the nose. So it goes
thought-
Isaac, then Flux, then ghost dragon.
Oh, did Copy Isaac get hit by that spell?
No, Copy Isaac did not get hit by that.
Yeah,
Who
I
am I
didn't think he
looking at
did. That's what I'm
for the
saying.
magic?
Like, I think he.
Oh,
I think
poor
it's
Isaac.
Copy-
I'm getting
Copy-
backwards.
yeah.
Holy
Yeah,
Copy
crap.
Nimbar and Isaac failed,
Yeah, I think Copy Isaac just ends his surprise and that's his turn, right? Like,
Yep.
yeah. Which means you can use reactions.
yeah, which is very useful.
It'd be the same for Flux. And then it would roll over to the ghost dragon's turn. So everyone is going to need to give me another con saving throw as it blasts you from behind with the same effect, including this guy. They didn't think that one through.
Oh, they're gonna affect each other.
Because it's a creature attack. That one went through the air. The other one wasn't aiming. Oh, thank God the dragon is going to use one of its legendary resistances.
Well, I mean,
However, and here's a fun giveaway, as the wave of power washes over the dragon, you see 0 damage done to it from the cold.
So it's immune to cold damage. That's good to know.
yeah, figured. Usually dragons resist their own breath weapons element, right? So,
Yeah, but it's still
Oh yeah,
useful to know.
valuable knowledge though.
It's also resistant apparently to piercing damage, despite it being magical. Ghost dragons are a lot of fun. I was really happy when they came up because I had planned for this, but I didn't actually have a ghost dragon, so this was great.
There you
Now,
go.
DC on that one is a 21 for the con save, so given a browse through, Copy Nimbar passed, if I'm
Yep.
looking at this right. So who has
Yep.
not... Copy Nimbar,
Nimbar and Copy Nimbar.
Jillian, do you have any more Indomitables left?
I do. If it wasn't for the frightened, I was just thinking about it, because if it wasn't for the frightened, I'd just take the damage, because I get half anyway.
Because I can... I have I can do a Cosmic Omen to give you a d6, but I think you need a 5 on it to make that save.
I'll just, if you're gonna use one of your resources, I'll just roll it. I'll just do Indomitable again. I have 3 of them at this level, so I may as well.
I can't see my roll.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and I'm
Damn
just
it, you
rolling
need
for
to
Bellamy.
use the new
Yeah,
roll.
I have to use the new roll.
Alright, so the d6 wouldn't help.
No, thank you though.
Just try to see if there's any... This looks like it's only a copy's failed so far.
I have to go. Sorry.
Alrighty, Kieran, you have yourself a good one, bud. We're pretty much just going to run up these checks for the roll around.
Yep.
Do all the math to save time for next week.
Right.
So Bellamy fails, so she is frightened, but she takes half damage from cold. I'm going to roll up that damage to save myself some time. I'll do a public roll on that so we can see what it comes. Oh, it's only 33.
Yeah,
16
so
points of damage.
16 or 8 if you succeed and have resistance, right?
Yep.
Thank God for that wish.
Right, okay.
And I can't remember how how did Isaac do from what I'm seeing here?
So
Isaac and Isaac.
the copy failed with a 20. I
don't think I see one for Isaac, so we'll get that for next week.
Yeah.
So I'll put the surprise condition on his character here. And that's going to be 16 points of damage. And we'll let him roll Isaac when he's in next week. How did our Nimbars fail? Fair. Oof. They both passed, so that's... Did you already...
Yeah.
Yeah, you've already applied in the damage.
Yep.
I wish I had a different way to show Terrified. You know what? I'm actually going to change the Terrified icon for the second one to Nuclear. That'll make life a little easier. So we know which one you're terrified of.
If we succeed on the saving throw for 1, does that make us immune to both?
No, because it actually says this dragon.
Yep. Separate entities.
And I hate to be the one to point this out, but if you're frightened of it, you're paralyzed.
Yeah.
Yep. Now
That's
you've
fine.
passed your save as well for Jade, so you're good. So the only ones who've been... Oh, I gotta fix for Flux there.
Don't suppose I could use one more Indomitable, could I?
Oh, like stacking 2 of them together?
Yeah, I have one more. You can re-roll a saving throw that you fail. Must use the new roll.
I wonder if you can use it twice.
I don't know. That's why I deferred to you.
I have a question about this.
You can't, because you have to use the big one. But let me pull the Sage
Yeah,
Advice.
that's
I'm just
okay.
double checking. I'm
No, I
leaning
trust you.
towards no, because it says you must.
Yep, that's okay.
Yeah, Jeremy Crawford says it is correct. You can't use 2.
Is this so the this is a bit tricky. So the breath causes them to be frightened, and if the fright paralyzes them. So how does that work for things that would like cure like being paralyzed? Because it's almost as though it seems like the intention is that they're like too scared to move.
Same as other things. If you tried to use a curative nature, since while frightened the creature is paralyzed, if you were to remove the paralysis condition, you'd be basically suppressing it. If for some reason that's removed, then they'd be paralyzed again.
Right. Okay, so
Because it's while frightened, they're paralyzed. It's a rather interesting flip around for them.
right, so something like freedom of movement would work, but the removing the frightened condition would be better.
Ideally, yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking for my spells to see what I can do. Yeah. Greater Restoration is unfortunately says one effect that charms or petrifies the target, and they're not those things.
I will say one fun thing. Half the reason I put this character's stat block up is because of its descriptive text. Once you've passed the save for this dragon, it says the creature is immune to the ghost dragon's terrifying breath for the next 24 hours. The name of the entire ability, including the ice damage, is Terrifying Breath. Rules is written. If you pass, its breathe weapon cannot hurt you at all.
I was reading that and I was wondering if...
Interesting. So it's...
Many people have ruled and said, hey, I'm going to say it only blocks against the fear. But there's other reasons why you'd want to tone this dragon down with that breathe weapon, i.e. resistance. Jay just belted the thing and it took half damage, so be forewarned.
So it really is like a proper like ambush dragon.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it would. I guess it would make sense in the context of it being a ghost, because once you, it's like the, you know, if you're talking about like the chill running down your spine at like being scared of it, and like feeling cold because you're scared. I guess it kind of makes sense because it's an incorporeal being, so its breath weapon, and then would also probably be incorporeal.
100%.
So I can see why the ruling would be made that it wouldn't damage you at all, because
You
like
can
a ghost
be on
can't
that.
hurt you if you're not afraid of them, kind of thing.
That was my thoughts on it too, Joey.
Interesting.
I
That's
like
interesting.
that train of thought.
Yeah.
Which does mean you can't be hurt by one of the dragons, but the other one, that'll hurt.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens there. Anyway, did we go through all the round, or?
The only thing that remains at this point is cycling through the players. Unfortunately, next person up is Kieran's character. He had to duck, and I don't see a con save. So I'm going to run him a con save for his character. 17. He does take full, which is going to be, what did I say, 16, right? So he's at 80, and he's frightened of the big bad dragon behind himself, too.
And he failed the previous breath weapon as well, right?
Yeah, so he's scared of both of them. So he gets 2 saves at the end of his turn.
Okay, right. Damn, that's a shame. I was looking for someone who I could do my Cosmic Omen on, but everyone either like failed beyond it a D6 or passed.
Oh, you could have done it on copy number for the first one.
It's for real people.
I'm kidding. I completely understand.
Yeah.
Not to mention,
I did
copy
see
number
there was,
has copy number has like one of the highest con saves, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets plus 11. I don't
Okay.
know.
Oh, so he's on par with Flux.
So Nimbar isn't scared of nothing.
No.
So that's the end of his turn. Because you can now take reactions. I'm just going to pull that breathe weapon off. Copy Nimbar is scared of the first dragon. Oh, wow.
He continues to be free.
You all
Frightened?
burnt those good dice rolls throughout the dungeon.
Yeah.
And Bellamy is scared of the second
I
dragon.
didn't burn any good dice roll, Alan. Stop
really
grouping
didn't.
me in with them. I literally sat here for 4 hours and played Animal Crossing because I had nothing to contribute.
Oof, I'm sorry. There were situations, but I mean, most of this was story anyway, so.
No, I know. It's good. It was a good story. I really like getting the pieces revealed.
It's mostly the wizards poking around a bit, and the DM's like, here's more story. And then they're like, we're going to solve this like a Rubik's Cube. What's everyone think? And it's like, okay, this will take a bit. I got to roll public for Bellamy on that one for her con save. She's still scared.
What did she get with a 10?
She only gets a +2 on her con saving throw, and she's not proficient in con save throws for the class, so she's quite a ways off.
Right, yeah, no, I was wondering if I could help with the omen, but yeah, I can't fix a 10. That's is beyond my power.
Oh yeah, I didn't roll very well for her at all. So we'd be starting round 2 with Alec up first, and a few of the other players somewhat diminished in their capacity to combat back at the moment, but saves are on the way.
Right. Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good for stuff there. It gives me a bit to try and plan. So I don't think I can remove frightened from people, which is unfortunate.
And yes, as mentioned, because Lulu spent a good chunk of time saying how awesome the dragons were, their ego didn't have them take her down. At least not first.
This is why he had her like absorbed in it. We appreciate it for the record.
Yeah, it's good. We don't need to worry about her.
Thumbs up from the DM on that one. I told you Lulu was gonna have a good time and watch a play with a cup of tea. That was one of my spoilers. And she had a good time. Her tea's all spilled over the ice right now and has turned into like tea toffee because, well, it's frozen.
Yeah.
Toff tea.
Tough tea. Oh.
And in that bombshell, it's time to end the show.
Alrighty, everyone. Be prepared for a nice rough fight for next week. It's gonna be a good time. The only thing that can make this worse is if you got jumped by an angel.
I feel like that's gonna happen.
Whole team's like, Alan, don't do that. But I'm like, but
He's
you're
gonna
level
do it.
18.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
He's gonna do it.
Oh.
It's like when the cat's about to push something off the counter. You're like, don't do it. He's gonna do it.
I mean, if he does it, I'm probably gonna magic circle and put him in a fucking hole and tell him to wait.
Wait your turn.
He'd be like, Jade, where is he? Right over there. Magic circle. Jade's like 2 feet to the left. Damn it. Oh my. Alrighty, everyone. Well, this was a fun session filled with a lot of story. I will say, given the tracks and routes you've gone, and the fact that you've had incredibly high rolls throughout the dungeon, which is half the reason we've had little for Flux, because there were about 3 combats you've completely avoided through skill of dice roll, which is really cool. But don't expect much more of that story from this point on. There's a few challenges in your future.
So, I mean, the real question for me is, where is the path forward? Because it feels like we've been everywhere.
Seriously,
we must be.
I was wondering that myself.
Just
I think there's
back.
maybe a little path here. Oh, I can't see my thing. There's maybe a little path here or here that we missed. But
Or the path that we didn't dig out.
yes,
And don't forget, as a freebie add-on, the DM will remind, at the end of that hallway when you saw the statue get blown up, you were told the key to the director's
key.
is in the dragon's hands.
Oh right, so this is probably the mid-level boss that unlocks progression to the rest of the. Okay.
Probably.
So if you went, just imagine now, if you went down the other way first, we would have already done this fight. Oh my. And I'm gonna leave that big giant rock over there. That's a good spot for it. I like that boulder.
Oh, yeah.
That's a nice boulder.
That's a nice.
Okay,
boulder.
donkey.
Oh my god. Look where the game clock stopped. Minutes to midnight. Not even 15 seconds.
Fret level midnight.
Oh my. Alrighty, everyone. That'll be it for this week, and we'll catch you all next week.
It was a great time. Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks very much.
I'm kind of happy we're at the start of a fight, because with Jillian, you only having half a session next week. Oh, it's going to be a good one for you. Dude, choppity chop chop. A lot of.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. It's going to be interesting.
That's assuming I can be unparalyzed, Alan, but I'm not going to count on that.
What's this, a plus 12 on your con save? You need to roll 9 or better.
Do I not... It's a plus 11, but do I not do a wisdom save to stop being frightened?
Con save. You repeat the savings throw at the end of your turn, and it's a con save.
Okay.
You're going to rock it. You'll be out. If you're not out in a turn, if somebody gives you advantage on that roll. Oh, also, today was a fun one. there was a lot of comedic moments, and there was a lot of moments people jump forward. I was a few times going to give out inspiration to individual players, but I decided instead at the end of today's session, everybody gets a point of inspiration, effective now. Essentially, for your turn 2, you'll have that. So, do with what you will.
Oh, thank you. I do already have inspiration, though. I would give it to Lulu if I could.
I give mine to Lulu.
Lulu shakes her head. Last time you gave one of the NPCs... Lulu be shaking her head like, last time you gave an NPC inspiration, it didn't end well for them. You keep it.
No, we're stacking it.
Lulu just gets all our inspiration. It's fine.
Lulu is an inspiration, okay, Alex? She has been what she needs.
Oh, you're spot on. I don't like, sometimes I'll burst out laughing and Discord will not show it. I'm laughing, like right there I was laughing my butt off, and I look over, it's not even lit up. I'm like, why is it not lit up? Why do you block my laughter? It's so funny. But no, definitely she is the source of inspiration. She is the awesome. Lulu's the best. Alrighty, everyone. Well, we'll catch you next week for our penultimate game for this year. After that, we will be on break probably for 2 weeks for the Christmas because, well, we all need that R&R. I then think, actually, we may have to check on that because the 9th was the day we were planning for an in-person game. So maybe a bit of a break after our next game before we get back to hell. But we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll discuss that next time we're all playing.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful
awesome.
game, everyone.
Yes,
Best
thank you.
we'll
It
see
was
you.
fun.
Very much.
See y'all
Well-
next week.
We'll see you then.
Bye.
Bye-bye.